All right. Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purpose of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphones turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais, and you will be recognized for all registrants. You'll be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designee. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they're called by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. After speaking to the committee, please take your seat in the gallery. The public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Verbeek, are there any notified absences?
There are not.
All right. Call this meeting of the ALRC to order at 5:45 p.m. Mr. Verbeek, please call the roll.
Aldmiadzi? Alder Miadzi? All right, you might step away. Alder Verveer?
Here.
Alder is here. Mr. Brushuk?
Here.
Mr. Brushuk is here. Dr. Reese?
Here.
Dr. Reese is here. Ms. Farley? Let's see if Ms. Farley's over in the attendees. Okay, I'll move on. Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Mr. Donnelly is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Knox? Alder Carter? Carter just sent me an email, but I didn't see what it was. But Chair, we have quorum.
Excellent. Do we have any registrants for general public comment?
We do not.
All right.
One thing, guys, I saw in the attendees list Sherry Carter over there.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy. While
Does Sherry Carter need to be moved to a panelist?
She does.
Yes, please. All right. While we're sorting that out, disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any such disclosures or recusals? Very well.
I'm on.
Elder Knox.
Yes, I'm also in the meeting too, Alder Knox.
Welcome, Mulder. Need a second before the consent agenda. right. Presentation of the consent agenda. So at this time, a consent agenda will be moved, with each item having a recommended action. Any item that is on the consent agenda will be removed from it if there are registrants opposed wishing to speak, if there are any members of the committee that would like those items separated for purposes of debate and discussion, any items that require ordinance changes or operator license application. Mr. Verbeek, will you please read the proposed consent agenda?
Sure. The proposed consent agenda for March 20th, 2024. Recommend the council to grant change of agent items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. I'm sorry, 8 is not a change of agent. Item number 8 should be an entity reorganization. Request to extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. Items 9 and 10. A temporary Class B retailer license, concurrent with street use permits, item number 31, and a change of license premises, item 32.
Very good. Committee, are there any items which you would like removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Ms. Carter?
Thank you, Chair. Was item 32 a late entry? I'm not finding it.
Yeah, it was. We had to amend the agenda. It was, the application was filed in the wrong basket. It should be on this agenda. It just wasn't with the stuff when I made the agenda initially.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or requests? If not, a motion would be in order.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Your motion
Second.
to approve and a second. Any discussion? Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. So for everyone in attendance, Mr. Verbeek will momentarily read a list of all of the items that have been disposed of as part of the consent agenda. If everything that you are here for is on that list, you are welcome to go home. Mr. Verbeek.
Sure. The past consent agenda for ALRC meeting March 20th, 2024. Recommend a council to grant item number 3, change of agent, Ultimate Mart LLC. Item number 4, change of agent, Mega Marts LLC. Item number 5, change of agent, Red Robin International Inc. Number 6, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. Number 8, entity reorganization, Cracker Barrel Old Country Store Inc. Number 9, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. Two Birds Madison LLC. Number 10, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, LMMD LLC. Number 31, temporary Class B retailer license, concurrent with street use permit, Madison Festivals, Inc. And number 32, change of license premises, Woodman's Food Market, Inc.
Thank you very much. So once again, if your item was just listed off, you are not required to stick around here. Moving right along, we have items 2 and 7, which are a change of agent and entity reorg for Casa Fiesta Mexican Grill. Do we have a registrant here for these items?
We do. The registrant is Paulina Santiago.
All right. And is she here?
Paulina? Hold on.
What's that?
Hold on. The
Oh, okay.
interpreters in the Indies.
Jim is sorting out the interpreter.
Evening.
looks like we got an interpreter over.
Need to.
Yeah. Tina, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Do you affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English? Tina?
I believe now I'm here as a panelist. Yes,
Yep. And do you affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, so Paulina, please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing.
Paulina, por favor, preséntese y cuéntenos qué está proponiendo.
Hola, mi nombre es Paulina y pues prácticamente quiero soy por ser la presidenta de la compañía.
My name is Paulina, and I'm basically, practically, I'm about to become the president of the company.
What was your previous role in the company?
Antes, previamente, ¿cuál era su papel en la compañía?
Era nomás la encargada y ver que todo esté en orden y marche bien.
Basically, I was, the person in charge, and to see that everything was in order and that it was, working well.
Were you previously a co-owner?
Previamente era usted socia, o sea, dueño, co-dueño.
Prácticamente era la encargada de todo, pero no era ni la socia ni dueña.
I'm sorry, as interpreter speaking, I believe I got all that, but it's cutting off partially. I was in charge of everything, but I wasn't a partner or an owner of any kind.
Excellent. Thank you. So,
Gracias.
the way we generally operate is if someone is purchasing a business, even a former employee, we ask them to submit an application for a new license so that it can have all of the standard scrutiny that would entail.
Lo que solemos hacer es que si una persona está comprando un negocio, aun si es anteriormente era empleado de ese negocio, nosotros pedimos que llene una solicitud, una aplicación nueva, una solicitud de una licencia, y que haga una aplicación nueva para que se pueda someter a toda la misma evaluación. O sea, investigación.
Sí, está bien.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Comité, ¿ustedes tienen alguna pregunta para el aplicante?
Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Chair.
Concejal Verveer.
Hello, welcome. I just wanted to ask you, when you submitted your applications to the city clerk's office, did you explain to them that you would be purchasing the business? Or did you submit your applications by email and you never spoke to anyone in the city clerk's office?
O sea, bienvenida. Una pregunta, ¿usted cuando entregó sus aplicaciones al city clerk o a la persona encargada de la oficina de la ciudad, usted explicó que estuvo comprando un negocio o simplemente entregó las aplicaciones por correo electrónico y nunca habló con nadie?
Puedo hablar con mi contador y ya un momento.
Please step up.
Can my accountant speak? Or one moment.
Please introduce yourself.
So Olegario Rodriguez, accountant for the business. So basically what we did is she's becoming a new part owner. So she's not purchasing the business totally. I did speak with the city clerk. So we said, okay, we're adding her. She's becoming the president, so new officer, and having a percentage or how can I say, becoming a partner basically. So she's not purchasing the whole business, but she's becoming a partner. So that's why we, based on the conversation with the city, we did not have to apply for a new license because she's just becoming a member, another member of the LLC, basically. And then I don't know if may I translate what I just said so she understands and she agrees on her understanding, or can she translate?
We should have the interpreter. do the
Perfect. That way she understands. She agrees
Please.
with me. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. I was just about to ask if I could have that opportunity. Yo cuando nosotros explicamos a la ciudad cuando hicimos la aplicación que ella no estaba comprando un negocio nuevo, que ella iba a ser copropietario, o sea, iba a tener un nuevo cargo y iba a ser parte, o sea, un porcentaje le iba a corresponder la nueva parte.
And then if you could repeat what I said. So that means that's why we did not apply for a new license. When we spoke to the city, they said, yes, then you just submit the background check form, becoming a new agent, because she's not purchasing the whole business, but just becoming part of the business. If you could explain to her
Es por
the way
eso
she
que
understands.
Es por eso que nosotros no aplicamos para una nueva licencia. Cuando hablamos con la ciudad dijeron que sí, que solamente tenían que entregar la revisión de antecedentes, que iba a ser un nuevo agente, que no estuvo comprando un negocio nuevo.
Thank you very much.
I have the application for the existing alcohol license before me, and the only member of the limited liability company when we granted the license initially is Maria. And according to the application before us tonight, Maria will no longer be a member of the LLC. Is that correct?
O sea, según la aplicación existente, lo que tenemos de parte del LLC, o sea, la compañía del LLC, el único miembro era María, según la aplicación de antes. Entonces, María ya no va a ser parte cuando nosotros otorgamos el permiso para licor.
So maybe there we made a mistake. We meant to say she would not be like an officer, so she would be the new president. And but members, no, she would still be a 10% owner or member, and then she would hold. Paulina would be a new member with 90% ownership. And maybe that's
Entonces,
where I made-
quizá
Go ahead.
Yeah.
quizá cometimos un error ahí con eso en decir que no iba a ser, I'm sorry, as the interpreter speaking, if I can clarify that she was no longer going to be,
No longer going to
That
be
she would be an officer.
officer. Yes, so no
Mhm.
longer an officer, but would still be a member.
que iba a seguir siendo un miembro, pero no iba a ser un oficial. O sea que iba a haber un nuevo presidente, pero no miembro, o sea, 10%, iba a quedar como 10% propietario, o sea, dueña. Paulina iba a ser el nuevo miembro con 90%.
So to confirm, and I can show you the application if you want to see it, but the application before us clearly shows that Maria will no longer hold their position as a member of the LLC, and Paulina would be the sole member of the LLC. your testimony tonight is that was incorrect? The application was
So there
was
was the,
completed in error?
right, so.
We need to have the
O sea, la-
interpretation. for-
Okay, go ahead.
Entonces, yo les puedo mostrar, o sea, según la aplicación que tengo ante mí, María ya, o sea, María no iba a tener, o sea, no iba a tener su cargo o mantener su cargo dentro del LLC, dentro de la compañía, y que Paulina iba a ser la única, o sea, el único miembro de la compañía, de la LLC.
That
Ahora
was
me está diciendo que eso no es correcto.
Correcto, estamos diciendo que no es correcto. So that's correct. We're saying that was incorrect.
That's correct.
So
We're
the
saying that that's
application
not
is
correct.
incorrect.
The application is in error.
Yes,
So in
La
essence,
aplicación sí está errado.
yes. So we were removing the officer, adding one officer, but not removing the member, but instead just adding a member.
I see. Well, I'll wait for the interpreter.
Estuvimos quitando un oficial y agregando un oficial, pero no estamos removiendo un miembro, sino agregando un miembro.
And is it correct that Antonio would no longer be involved in the business as the liquor agent?
Correct.
Es cierto que Antonio ya no será parte del negocio como el agente de licor.
Correcto, correct. So that's Antonio was the agent. Now Paulina is becoming the agent.
Okay.
Approved.
Sí, Antonio era el agente y ahora Paulina va a ser el agente.
Let me ask lastly, and I see our legal counsel is seeking recognition, so I don't want to prolong this and see what her advice is or her question. But
Yo veo, no lo quiero prolongar y veo que está pidiendo reconocimiento nuestro participante legal.
I would hate to delay the transaction, and it would be great if we could amend your application tonight on the record and let you proceed to the city council meeting and so forth. But so let me just ask you this, in the event that that would not occur, is it a hardship to have to wait until our next meeting a month from now?
It would be a hardship.
O sea,
Go ahead.
entonces me encantaría, o sea, no tener que demorar la transacción y poder enmendar la aplicación aquí en el récord y no tener que mandarles, o sea, dejarles pasar a la reunión de la concejal de la ciudad. Pero en caso de que no se pueda hacer así, mi pregunta es, ¿eso va a causar mucha dificultad para ustedes, tener que esperar un mes
It would be
para avanzar?
not so much for Paulina because she's already there in the business and everything. It would be a hardship for Mr. Antonio. He wanted to go on with other duties, but if needed, he would stay longer there. So that's the only hardship that would be on him. But he's willing to if needed.
O sea, no sería tan difícil o no causaría tanta dificultad porque para Paulina, o sea, porque Paulina ya está ahí, lo que causaría es más dificultad para el señor Antonio porque él quería seguir con otros deberes, pero si fuese necesario, así podría ser.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'll yield.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Before the committee gets too in the weeds about this one, asking further questions, I think that it would be prudent to recommend that this be referred. This is not, to me, it does not look like a simple typo on an application. This is a major error. And I think that we need, or you need, further information and clarification before you can decide on this. It's highly unusual, in fact, probably problematic to have a new member of an LLC and not the old member of an LLC here to confirm like what is happening here. The way that these applications were submitted, it appears that it's a sale, and that, I mean, you know, you can say it's not, but I think we need to figure that out before you go further. You know, there was one member, now there's a totally different member, and that member is asking to be named, like name herself, I think, as the agent. Let me just double check that.
That's
So in
correct.
any case, I think you should just consider referring this so that people can figure out the correct information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's pause for interpretation, and then we will continue discussion.
Thank you. Antes de poder, o sea, antes de meternos, o sea, en grandes conversación al respecto, yo creo que sería prudente recomendar que se refiere este asunto para una conversación futuro, o sea, para más consideración, porque esto no me parece ser un simple error de escritura en la aplicación. Eso es un error significativo, es un error importante, y yo creo que hay que conseguir la información y la aclaración sobre el asunto y sobre los datos. Es bastante inusual y hasta problemático tener una situación donde hay un miembro nuevo que está presente y el miembro existente o anterior viejo no está presente. Eso aparenta ser o sea, una venta que no lo están llamando venta. Entonces, a referirlo para más adelante.
You may have a seat in the gallery while the committee deliberates.
Pueden tomar asiento ahí en la audiencia mientras que el comité lo estén deliberando.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, cool. All right. Let's see. Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Chair. If this is the appropriate time, I would like to move a motion to refer this to our next ALRC meeting.
And is that
Or
for,
I should say to a future ALRC meeting in case they're not ready for the next one.
of course, and is that items 2 and 7 that you're suggesting we refer?
Yes, because quite frankly, for me and maybe for other folks on the committee, this is quite confusing. And I think that we need a lot more clarity than what we're actually getting tonight. So it is for item 2 and item 7.
Thank you. So I hear a motion to refer items 2 and 7. Do I hear a second? Second from Mr. Burshak. All right. Is there any discussion? Mr. Burshak?
Thank you. I just would request a short, just to gain a little understanding of what happens next. What should we expect when we come back, and how should we make a decision based on what type of information we'll hope to receive?
Of course. Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, would you like to take that, or would you like me to?
I can, and then if you have anything else to add.
Point of order, Chair. Do we need time for interpretation here, please?
Yeah. Where is the applicant? I hadn't been pausing because she wasn't here.
It's the interpreter speaking. I would just like clarification as well. And
Sure.
in previous meetings, I've been
here we
told
go.
only when the applicant is speaking, but
No, this,
I guess as a language advocate, I would love to interpret it.
by all means. So we have just had a motion to refer this to a future ALRC meeting. And a second for that motion? And Mr. Bruchak has asked a question of what will the subsequent steps be in this process? Would you like to interpret that?
Oh, okay. I was just looking
sorry.
for who I was interpreting to.
I'm sorry,
Going
yes.
back to what Ms. Carter had said as well, I can interpret that as well.
Please.
Yo quisiera saber en esta aplicación, o sea, para entender, yo quisiera proponer que movamos esto para o sea, qué es lo que estamos considerando en mover este para consideración en otra reunión futura, o sea, en la próxima reunión del ALRC, o si no estarán preparados para esa reunión para la próxima, entonces para otra reunión en el futuro. Entonces la propuesta está de mover, porque este asunto es bastante confuso para algunos o para mí, para entender qué vamos a considerar. Entonces, la proposición ahora están proponiendo correr el ítem número 2 y número 7 para referirlo para una reunión futura.
All right. Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So to answer Mr. Bruchak's question, I think that the next steps here would be for the applicant to submit a new application with the correct information, all of the correct information, and if this is in fact, oh, go ahead.
If I could take that piece, it'll be greater understanding. Entonces, para hablar acerca de los próximos pasos sería para el aplicante, el nuevo, o sea, de entregar, de someter una aplicación nueva con la información correcta, o sea, la información correcta completa.
And if this is actually a sale, or a new business, then the applicant would file a new application as a new business.
Entonces, si eso es de verdad una venta o un nuevo negocio, entonces el aplicante debería entregar una aplicación nueva.
Mr. Bruchak.
Yeah, sorry, that's all I have.
Cool. Mr. Bruchak, does that answer your question? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. In the alternative, if, as per the testimony, this is simply a entity reorganization and not a new license, my question is actually of the Deputy City Clerk. Would they be able to return to our next ALRC meeting? Or because the deadline has passed, would this delay them until the May meeting?
You said if it's a new
O
application?
sea,
No, if
entonces
I'll let her interpret.
mi pregunta es más para el director, o sea, el asistente, el director de la ciudad. Si en caso contrario, si esto es simplemente una reorganización de una entidad, entonces ellos podrán regresar a la próxima reunión del ALRC, o la fecha límite ya ha pasado.
If it does not require a new application, it would just be these applications being referred to next month's meeting.
And
En ese caso no requerirá una aplicación nueva, simplemente estaríamos repasando las aplicaciones existentes.
so there would be no required modification to the change of agent application. But for the entity reorganization, they would simply not delete the one member's name. And they would have to do that by what date at the clerk's office? Again, if this is consistent with the testimony of the accountant, that it was simply a a clerical error, if you will, albeit a significant one.
Entonces, eso, pregunto si esto entonces no requeriría una modificación de la aplicación, simplemente sería un cambio de agente, si es la entidad o sea de la organización y no borrar, sino también en ese caso, cuál sería la fecha límite para el cual tendrán que entregar eso con el city clerk, con la oficina de la ciudad. O sea, a pesar de si es verdad lo que dice el contador de su testimonio, a pesar de que sea o sea, que es simplemente un error, a pesar de que fuera un error grande.
Yeah, I would say by April 5th would be the latest we would hope to have any modifications to the existing application.
Yo diría que esperaríamos tener ya para máximo el 5 de abril, tener cualquier modificación a lo existente.
And in that case, to confirm, the applicant would return to the April 17th committee meeting.
Entonces, para confirmar, el aplicante regresaría a la reunión del 17 de abril.
That's correct.
Correcto.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, director.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Committee, is there any further discussion of the motion to refer items 2 and 7?
¿Algo más de conversación sobre la propuesta de referir ítem número 2 y 7?
Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 2 and 7 are referred.
Sin ninguna moción para decir que no, entonces la moción se aprueba. O sea, está llevado al próximo.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have 3 applications for changes of licensed conditions for the Essen House, the Up North, and the Essen House, the Up North, and the Come Back Inn. Do we have a registrant here for these items? Welcome.
It's hard for me to hear back there. Yes or me?
Yeah, the Essen House, the Up North, and the Come Back?
Yeah.
Excellent. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you're proposing?
Okay. My name is Bob Worm, and my family and myself own 3 liquor licenses called the Come Back Inn, Essen House, and the Up North Bar. Last summer, we applied for having 3 nights of outdoor music, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And when we finally got through the planning department and stuff like that, they came back, and they came back with only Sunday and Monday having music, and they took away the 6 outdoor events we had and brought it down to 2 events because now they needed more information a year in advance in order for our 6 events. They also took away our volleyball from 10 o'clock to 9 o'clock, so now we lost 1/4 of our volleyball. So as you see in your plan, in your what they have applied for, I have a letter here, and I hope you guys got the letter too. It's from a person named Steve. It says, I'll read it to you, or at least the first couple paragraphs. There is a long and documented history of these establishments ignoring city regulations and neighborhood concerns. City Attorney Zelvi, Captain Zanders, and Director Tucker are others that can attest to this. I really believe, sir, I've been there for over 40 years, 42 years. I have not purposely ignored any regulations. These insults of mine against my family and my present employees, my past employees, I feel really bad. And if these other 3 people that work for the city do attest to this, I'd like to have proof of what I did wrong in the last 40-some years. That's it.
Okay, so just to be clear, are you here, you're here applying for a change of license condition, true?
According to the city planning department, yes.
According to you, are you here applying?
Yes, I made an application for
Okay.
3 nights.
And so
And the planning department has changed that.
I think I am confused. The other members are probably also. Forget the past. What right now are you asking us to decide right now?
Do you have the planning department's application in front of you?
No, I'm asking you what you are asking us to do. You want us to have, alter your license so that you will be able to do certain things. What are the things that you are asking us to do?
In a small nutshell, I'll read some of it. The sand volleyball court will be only opened until 9 o'clock.
Okay, so you want your volleyball open till 9 o'clock.
It used to be open till 10 o'clock.
I implore you not to tell us about what used to be. I only want to know what you want it to be. Like, if you say, I want X, 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 Y, and Z, and we could say yes, and then you walk away happy, great. That's what I'm looking for. What is it that you want us to say yes to tonight?
The second proposal is a 6 seasonal events. They moved it to only 2 events, May 1st and October 1st.
Mr. Bruchak?
So we're on item 11, right? Change of license conditions for Essen House?
Yeah, 11 and also 12 and 13.
Okay, and so the conditions that I'm looking at right now say total capacity at 240, service outdoors to cease at 12 o'clock midnight. And then the granting is contingent on approval of major alteration by common council with the conditions attached to the major alteration approval. So which one of those conditions are you asking to be changed? Because we're not the planning commission here, so we deal with different things.
Would you repeat that again, sir?
Sure, the conditions, total capacity remains at 240, service outdoors to cease at 12 o'clock midnight, the granting is contingent on approval of major alteration by common council with conditions attached to the major alteration approval. I assume that this third condition was met because it was granted. So that one's, but I don't understand how this connects with the volleyball and the events that you just spoke about.
You want to switch to volleyball?
No, I don't know anything about volleyball.
I think that maybe you're assuming that we're arguing with you, but really we're just trying to understand the request that you are making of us tonight so that we can determine whether to approve that request.
The request that the planning department, planning commission agreed upon was for volleyball to stop at 9 o'clock.
So
That's
you are
it.
here tonight to apply to have volleyball that goes until 9 o'clock?
That's what the planning department and the planning commission, yes.
Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm hoping, although I see our legal counsel, Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, is seeking recognition. Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Zilovey, whose name was evoked earlier, reading the email from a neighbor, has been involved intimately in the issues relating to sound, concerns in the First Settlement neighborhood, and various issues with the applicants, or I should say license holder and applicants, conditional use permit. And I'm wondering if Attorney Zilovey, assuming she's here, I don't see her, but I saw her before we started the meeting on the screen, could help us, because she has, I think, the most knowledge of the current situation. But I share the confusion. I too have the 3 existing licenses before me, and none of the existing license conditions in any way would seems to me would preclude what was actually applied for in terms of Sunday and Monday outside music, quote unquote, as was requested in the 3 applications before us at this time. The language definitely could be cleaned up, and the same conditions should probably be placed on all 3 of these establishments. They are all different. In fact, Comeback doesn't have any conditions that I saw whatsoever. So anyway, again, I would just ask if Attorney Zillevy is with us, if she might be able to compare the existing conditions and see what, if any, she would recommend be modified to be consistent with the Plan Commission action of a few months ago. But also, I see our legal counsel is also seeking recognition, so
I'll start
end at that.
recognizing Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Can I just say before Attorney Amber says anything, who's this Christina that's hand's been up for a while?
That's my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Where is this?
She's registered.
She's also registered.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because this was up for a while.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Attorney Amber. Sorry about that.
No problem. So Jen Zillevy unfortunately had to leave, so she will not be here for the rest of the evening. But she did pass along information to me about this particular property, or properties. They've received conditional approval as of January 2024 to have 2 nights, Sunday and Monday, of live music outside from 4 to 9, but zoning has not yet signed off on the conditional approval. So basically, the recommendation from our office would be to refer until zoning signs off on the conditional approval so that everything is in line. If the ALRC does want to take this up tonight, whatever you do should mirror the conditional approval in terms of hours and stage placement and that kind of thing. And this is only a conditional approval just for 2024. So if these businesses would want this in the future, they'd have to apply again in 2025. And Jen Zillevy, looks like she had told Angie Scott, who is with the Essen House, that Jen would be recommending referral to the April meeting. So they were aware of that before coming to the meeting tonight. But obviously it is up to the committee what you would want to do, but that would be a recommendation.
Do you know when this is coming before zoning?
I do not.
If I could interject, it was I spoke to the alder of the district about this last night, Alder Rummel, and this was, again, I don't remember the date, but was considered by the Plan Commission some time ago. So I believe what Attorney McReynolds is saying is that the so-called staff sign-off process with zoning staff and the applicant has not been completed yet, that zoning might be waiting for outstanding items to be submitted to zoning staff. I don't know what the holdup might be. But if, Chair, if I could just ask, if we are going to refer this, and it sounds like this might not be news to you, Bob, that this was going to be referred tonight, these 3 items. Let me just ask you this, when, or your daughter, I know is still raising her hand, I see in the bottom of the screen, her name keeps coming up, but when were you hoping to have the first Sunday or Monday live music in your parking lot, which again is what's officially before us in these 3 applications? Do you have groups already booked, and if so, the dates?
It's very confusing because we always have to hold back. Last year when I came here and we had this mic, we started it and I backed out because of the timing.
Yes.
Because zoning was going to hold back on this, and we probably wouldn't have been able to even do any music until later in September. So we lost 3 months. So Parks allowed us to go back to the old rules, which you have in front of you. And that's what
City planner Tim Parks, for those some people, when you say parks, might wonder if it's a parks division.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Tim
Yes,
Parks.
city planner Tim Parks was assigned this.
He allowed us to go back to the old rules, which you have in front of us. So we got the old rules of the volleyball, that we can go till 10 o'clock and the 6 events, but we volunteered not to do any outside music on a weekly type basis, because it just drew too much pressure from the police and everything else. So the rule would be, if we were deferred, it caused great hardship with volleyball, because we had volleyball signing up this month.
Apparently, if I could just interject, Bob, this has absolutely nothing to do with volleyball. Whoever submitted the application, which I don't pulled up right in front of me, doesn't mention the word volleyball in any of these 3 applications.
No, it doesn't, because it's a whole
Again, it looks like it's your handwriting, Bob. It says Sunday and Monday outside music as per Planning Commission. And that's all it says on each of these 3 applications. So there's nothing before us relating to volleyball. If you think a condition needs to be amended relating to volleyball, just like the last agenda item, you'll need to file an amended application.
Well, Mike, we would just like that, just the Sunday and Monday. Allow the rest of it not to be touched.
Right, so what's before us is Sunday and Monday music, not volleyball, right?
That would be great.
So my question was, I'm just trying to be helpful here. When were you hoping to start your music outside? It seems to me that
We could take
that you wouldn't be having music outside between now and the next ALRC meeting, correct?
No, we will
Yes.
not.
Yeah. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chair.
Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Alder Verveer, to help in answer to your question, it does look like there's an event planned on May 19th that the applicant may have been hoping for. And so the conversation about referral with Attorney Zillavi included, even if this is referred to the next meeting, it would still allow for that event on May 19th to happen if everything went smoothly.
All right, thank you, Assistant City Attorney McReynolds. Mr. Brushuk?
Yeah, I'm curious, do we even have to do anything with this if there are no conditions related to music, as far as I can see?
I was wondering the same thing.
So if this might just be an issue that belongs to others.
Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, are there conditions on any of these licenses that would require modification by ALRC in order to allow the applicant to do what he's talking about with live music on Sundays and Mondays?
Can I defer that to Jim and ask Jim if he has the current licenses with the conditions?
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in particular. I know I had a conversation with Bob when he came in to make the application about sort of where the line resides in these outdoor parts of the premises to make sure that they're not overlapping at all. I can't recall if there was discussion that I was attached in an email about what ALRC's involvement was in approvals for the zoning or the plan commission things, but I'd have to dig to see if there was any sort of guidance that they were looking for the ALRC to be part of this.
Okay. Well, so if we do end up referring this item, Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, would you be willing between now and the next ALRC meeting to determine if ALRC does indeed approve of this? Well, I guess first, whether ALRC needs to do anything. And if not, then this could be on our consent agenda to place on file without prejudice, as no action is needed. If action is needed, it would greatly benefit the committee if we had language before us that we could say, yes, we would like to put that on the license. That will give the applicant what he wants and be good for the city and clear and easy to enforce. I worry that absent something like that, we will have a challenging task to do what is appropriate and what the applicant wants. Is that something you would be comfortable committing to?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I can do that. I also, as you were talking, just pulled up something from the Planning Division, which does mention the ALRC, and it's that an approval shall be obtained from the ALRC and Common Council for entertainment and liquor licenses needed to govern the use of the parking lot for uses and events outlined in this request. So it looks like that directive was given to the applicant.
Which would explain why he came before us, but
Right.
it's
I will
possible
figure-
that whoever said that didn't, assumed that we needed to do something that we didn't actually. It's also conceivable that, that we would need to make a change of licensed premises to allow this or something. And I would very much like to be able to address everything we need to do at our next meeting and not leave the applicant with any dangling things that still need to be dealt with.
Got it. We will figure this out by the next meeting.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Reese?
Thanks. Do they already have an entertainment license? Or is that what they're looking for?
Tim?
Yes, they do. I think.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I think they've had
And
an
then also-
entertainment license for a long time.
yeah. I think they had
Okay.
it back before it used to be called something different. I forget what the name of it is. Cabaret
Okay.
license, that's what it was.
Old school. All right.
And then I was wondering if Christina is registered, if it would be helpful to allow her maybe you're going to do that anyway, but
I was going to
3 minutes.
work through the queue first and then
Got it.
call on her.
Thank you.
Of course. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps this information is all moot at this point, and I'm just delaying the proceedings, but I would just concentrate and share with Attorney McReynolds that looking at the defined premise might be the issue, because again, there are no conditions. There's no conditions on the come back in license whatsoever, or Essen House license that I think relate to music in the parking lot on Sundays or Mondays. The only one conceivable would be up north, and that's how it would be dependent on how we define special events. So special events are allowed, as are referenced in the condition for up north, that they don't have to close the outside if there are special events by a certain time. So anyway, I just want to share that. And then last thing is, I'm pretty certain that it's boilerplate language that Attorney McReynolds just read, relating to alcohol entertainment licenses. I think that's just wording that the city planning division uses on all conditional use disposition letters for conditional uses for outdoor food and drink.
Gotcha. That would make perfect sense.
So I think it is quite possible that maybe this applicant does not need action by us, but appreciate in advance the Office of the City Attorney researching this for us so we don't have this confusion again in 1 month. Thank you.
Bob, you can have a seat in the gallery. And
I'd like to say a lot more, but I won't.
thank you.
Gets me in trouble.
All right. Christina Purius?
Yes, thank you. All right, to clarify what Bob is asking this evening, because he was told by the planning department to present, we would like 2 days of live music on Sunday and Mondays. Okay. Also, the city planning department best case scenario, we would like to have volleyball go to 10 p.m., not 9 p.m. If that's an amendment, then we will move forward with that. Deferring this conversation would be detrimental to the business due to volleyball signups on April 2nd that have already been postponed and organization of the summer business. It would be a hardship. After stating that, if you guys have any statements, possibly have a question after that. Volleyball has never been an issue with the neighborhood. Ending volleyball at 9 p.m. loses 1/3 of the participants, business, and community involvement. The reason they voted for it at 9 p.m. is to have uniformity, but it decreases its substantially. That's what I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Christina. To make it clear, there is nothing that we are doing or can do tonight to make any change in any direction about volleyball. The application that we have before us only talks about music, and so it wouldn't be properly noticed to make a change about volleyball. That said, I don't, it is, yeah, never mind, strike that. Yeah, so there's nothing that we will be changing tonight about volleyball. We're still determining whether to refer this another month for the decision about music. Our understanding is that the first music event scheduled is not until May. Is it correct that you have no music scheduled until May?
You are correct, but we are trying to book live music for the outside, and delaying that creates chaos and hardship. Obviously, you know, I can't schedule musicians and pull them out of a hat. You have to schedule musicians months in advance.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so because if we refer this, you would not be confident that you would have the ability to do the music whenever it would be, and so that would put you in a difficult position because you wouldn't be able to start booking artists now rather than later. That makes sense. Committee, what questions do you have for this registered speaker? Okay. Ms. Carter.
Yes, and I have a couple questions. Based on the application, and since we're only considering the music, and the music is being parameters or restriction by the Planning Commission for Sunday and Monday, I think, I don't know what time it can stop, but Sunday and Monday, then I guess I'm confused on, oh, this is for the applicant? I have no questions for the applicant. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I have a question for you and the attorney, Amber.
Sure. Christina, I think the core thing of this meeting, the thing that we've figured out is we don't think that there is anything that ALRC has done in the past that has restricted your ability to have this music. And therefore, we don't think that there's anything that we need to do to permit it, because as far as we understand, all of our stuff already says that you're allowed to do it. And so the reason—
Why didn't you say that 2 fucking summers ago?
I don't think anybody asked me 2 summers ago. But ultimately, you know, when an application comes before us, we look at that application and assess it. What we want to do in delaying this for a month is have time for our attorney to do the research on our and your behalf to figure out if there's anything that we need to do. And if there isn't anything we need to do, you don't ever have to come back and talk to us. And if there is something, our attorney will be able to give us clear guidance saying, this is what you need to do in order to say yes to the Essen House, the Comeback, and the Up North. Anyway, Are there any further questions for the registered speaker? Okay. Thank you for joining us, Christina. Committee, what is your pleasure?
Move referral to the next meeting of the ALRC for these agenda items.
I hear a motion from Ms. Westra to refer items 11, 12, and 13 to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Do I hear a second? Second from Mr. Bruchuk. Is there any discussion? Alder Knox.
Yeah, so one thing we can assume is by referring this, that zoning will have an opportunity to clear up any issues that they have to deal with. Is that
It
the
is my
assumption?
sincere hope that zoning will be willing and able to do so between now and then and give us much needed clarity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Ms. Carter.
I just had a couple questions and, we can go ahead and vote on this. But the request to have music on Sunday and Monday goes to what time? Is there? I didn't see it, so maybe I'm just missing it.
I think that's one of the pieces of information that, if indeed there is anything we need to do, that will be part of our packet next month.
Okay. And then, just to be clear, we are only discussing the music and whatever conditions that possibly may need to be put on the license, correct? For next month?
That is partially correct. It's also, it is also possible, I don't think that this is the case, but it's possible that we would need an additional application for a change of licensed premises. I'm not saying that I think we do. I just don't want to rule out the possibility because this has all been confusing enough. And when something comes before us and we don't know what we're supposed to do about it, maybe what we're supposed to do is something different than what we're being asked.
Okay, and then just one more thing. Since it says request to allow Sunday and Monday outside music as per planning commission, did they send us, and maybe I'm missing it with the application, that their determination on that? Did we get any document regarding that? Or is this just something we're looking up, which any of us could look up on Legistar?
I don't see it attached to this Legistar file.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Alder Knox.
You're muted, Alder Knox. You're muted, Alder Knox.
Sorry, I didn't intend to have my hand raised.
No problem. All right, committee, is there any further discussion of the motion to refer items 11, 12, and 13? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 11, 12, and 13 are referred. Ms. Westra, I need to go get a drink. My throat is really going. May I hand the gavel to you, please?
The answer is yes.
All right, excellent. I'll be back shortly.
So, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong. Next up is change of license conditions for El Pazón Restaurant. Doing business as El Pazón at 1310 South Midvale Boulevard. Liquor agent is Matilda Arojas Munoz. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, Matilda is here, and we have the interpreter here for her as well.
Okay. Same interpreter as before?
Correct.
Okay. So Matilda, if you can just tell us a little bit about your business and what you're wanting to do.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Matilde y vengo por Restaurante El Panzón. Sí, normalmente nosotros lo que estamos pidiendo es, bueno, una cosa primero es quitar las condiciones que tenemos con nuestra licencia y estamos también queriendo tener la licencia de entretenimiento, ya que lo que queremos hacer normalmente en el restaurante es como tener eventos familiares. Nos los han pedido como para bautizos, fiestas. Entonces es normalmente lo que estamos planeando.
Buenas tardes, señora Matilde. Soy la intérprete. Hello, my name is Matilde, and good evening to everyone. What we are asking for is to remove the condition for a license and also have a license for entertainment. In addition, normally, what we have a lot of requests to do family events, things like baptisms, parties, things like that.
Okay. Committee, any questions for the applicant?
¿Hay alguna pregunta para el aplicante?
Sherry Carter.
Sherry Carter.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I believe when you were here previously, that you were also changing your hours, if I remember correctly. Can you enlighten me on that?
Yo sí tengo una pregunta. Me parece que cuando usted había venido previamente, también estuvo cambiando su horario o las horas. ¿Usted me puede informar de eso? O sea,
Bueno, sobre el horario de la licencia de licor, nunca supimos cuándo fue que nos las cambiaron, porque nosotros no sabíamos en realidad, pero sí pedimos que nos las cambiaran, ahora que ya sabemos.
About that, yes, we also, when in relation to our liquor license, we didn't know that they had changed the hours. So we didn't, there was change in the hours. We didn't know anything about that. So then we are also asking, for them not to change them.
Okay, and you're also looking for 21 and over. Oh, I should ask the chair. Chair, can we take both of these together?
What's the
It's 14 and 16 before I go into my other question.
Antes de empezar.
Yes, let's bring up the 21 plus entertainment license also. I did not realize that there were two of them, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may interpret that part.
Yeah, you sure can.
Yeah, nada más está preguntando Sherry Carter si podemos también tratar el tema de la licencia para entretenimiento de 21 años y para arriba. Sí, la directora dice que no sabía que estábamos tratando ese tema, entonces eso sería el número, el ítem en la agenda 14 y 16, podemos considerar los dos temas,
Okay.
los dos asuntos.
So, my other question is, did you have when you were here previously, you had not talked to the captain of the district and you had not had a community meeting regarding the change of hours. And I just want to know if that happened.
La vez pasada cuando la pregunta que tengo es que previamente cuando usted había venido, todavía no había hablado con el capitán del distrito y no había tenido la reunión de la comunidad sobre el cambio del horario. Quisiera saber si ya se ha realizado esas dos cosas.
Sí, de hecho tengo el nombre de la persona, del capitán Jason. Okay. Sí, Jason Frida. Él fue personalmente al restaurante a hablar conmigo.
Yes, I actually have the name of the captain here, Jason Frida. He went to the restaurant to speak with me personally.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have that community meeting?
Ay, disculpe, ¿y tuvo esa reunión comunitaria?
De hecho, fueron las dos en el mismo tiempo.
Actually, they were both at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Sí.
Okay, Alder Knox.
Just, Mr. Brusick did have his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, you could.
Concejal Knox, nada más el señor Bush tuvo la mano levantada.
Mr. Bruchak.
Thank you. I was just hoping I could get a translation of the application for change of conditions. Do you have that in front of you?
The English is.
Oh, it's further down. Oh,
There's a translation.
Oh, I guess I don't.
You don't have it?
Do have it in
It's
front of
above
me.
it. Okay, then scratch that. I'll just
I
read
do
that.
see it in English and Spanish. Está pidiendo nada más una traducción de la información que aparece en la aplicación y le refirieron a la traducción que aparece ahí en inglés y español.
Sí.
As the interpreter speaking, just interpreting
I saw the
what
floor.
transpired.
Okay,
Um,
Alder Knox.
Thank you. I guess I see there's a communication sent to the alder on this one. Is this just want to make sure this is the 1302 South. This is the property that's adjacent to 1302 South Midvale Boulevard. Is this the right communication? For item 16. And I'm just curious. It mentions some parking issues, that the establishment has 16 maybe dedicated parking spaces and for a 90 capacity facility, and they're concerned about. And they also mention, maybe not as important, but some issues related to how they will deal with some of the refuge that might be left by that. So I guess I would want the person to comment a little bit about, have they found some accommodations for additional parking? That's the question I would ask.
Mi pregunta, o sea, yo primero quisiera aclarar, me parece que el comité mandó, algo fue enviado al concejal sobre esto. Quería aclarar si esto es la propiedad al lado del 1302 Sur Midvale. Si estamos hablando de esa propiedad en el ítem número 16, ahí menciona unos asuntos o problemas con estacionamiento. Parece que tienen 16 espacios para estacionamiento en un lugar que tiene capacidad de 90. También menciona algo de problemas o asuntos, problemas relacionados a desechos o basura en el parqueadero. Nada más quería escuchar de los aplicantes sobre esas cosas.
Bueno, primero sobre el estacionamiento, pues hasta ahorita no hemos tenido problemas. Las personas han llegado, normalmente no hemos tenido ni un problema con nadie de los vecinos. Sobre lo de la basura, me imagino que es porque el dueño del edificio también me llamó y me preguntó que si yo estaba ocupando los dumpsters que estaban cerca de nosotros, y esos no son de nosotros, no nos corresponden a nosotros, son del otro restaurante. Nosotros los que ocupamos son del lado que están del lado del hardware, que son igual cerca de ahí, pero no están cerca de nuestro edificio.
With the first about the parking, up until now, we haven't had any problems with parking. People arrive, our customers or people arrive without any problem. We haven't even had one problem with the neighbors. And second, the issue of trash with the owner of the building had mentioned or had asked us if we were using the dumpster that was near there, and I explained that that wasn't ours, that's not ours, that belongs to the other restaurant. The one that we used was the one by the, as the interpreter speaking, just to clarify, by the hardware or by Howard.
So, yes, the follow-up is, so they feel like they have adequate parking for when they get this new conditions, that they'll have adequate parking?
Entonces, ¿ustedes sienten que cuando tengan la nueva condición, ustedes sienten que van a tener espacio de parqueadero o de estacionamiento adecuado?
Sí,
¿Que va a ser suficiente?
Sí, yo creo que sí, porque normalmente cuando hemos visto que llega una familia, pues llegan solamente en un carro, no llegan como separados. Entonces, como es familiar normalmente, entonces no creo que sea un inconveniente.
Yeah, I think I think so. Because you see, this is when we see that a family is coming, we see that they're all coming together in one car, one vehicle. They're not usually coming separate. So I don't believe that there'll be an issue.
Questions when we get to staff. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder Knox. Captain Hansen, you've had your hand up for a while.
El Capitán Hanson tiene la mano levantada.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to represent what Captain Friedman had sent me as well for this. He would recommend from the Midtown Police District no alcohol services after midnight. And then on top of that, that the establishment remains a restaurant indeed.
Yo quisiera representar lo que dijo el Capitán Friedman, lo que él me envió, la recomendación de él del área de Midtown. Él recomienda que después de medianoche que no tengan más venta de alcohol y que el establecimiento se quede como restaurante en sí.
Okay. Alder Carter, or former Alder Carter.
You, Chair. Here's where I'm a little bit confused, and this is where I think, as a side note, we need an ordinance that really clearly centers on karaoke. The applicant, you were here last month and you said that you were just having karaoke and a DJ was going to be operating the karaoke machine. And on your application, you have karaoke entertainment, mariachis, DJ, bands, and other musical services, which is clearly more than what you presented to us last month as just having karaoke and having a DJ operate the karaoke machine. Kind of looks like a tavern to me.
Para la conferencia, nada más una nota al lado. Yo creo que necesitamos algo de una ordenanza con respecto a lo que es karaoke. Bueno, para ustedes los aplicantes, ustedes estuvieron aquí el mes pasado y en ese momento dijeron que iba a ser solo karaoke, iba a haber un DJ que iba a operar la máquina de karaoke, y ahora en la aplicación dice entretenimiento de karaoke, mariachis, DJ, bandas y otros servicios musicales, que claramente es, o sea, es muy evidente que es más de lo que mencionaron el mes pasado cuando dijeron que iba a ser solamente un DJ que iba a operar el aparato de karaoke. Necesitamos aclarar esto porque sí me parece que va a ser, o sea, que será una taberna.
Ok, José va a contestar.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José. Y bueno, la contestación a la pregunta es que el DJ y el karaoke es lo mismo, o sea, eso sigue en pie. Pero en fiesta, mariachis y eso, como dice la señora, lo que pasa es que no lo quieren rentar para bautizos o para un cumpleaños. Entonces la gente quiere llevar eso. Y como nosotros siempre hemos tenido el permiso, o sea, hemos sacado permisos para todo, no queremos tener ningún problema. No quiere decir que vamos a tener mariachi en las noches. Es porque quieren hacer un evento y quieren llevar un mariachi. Entonces, antes de que pase eso, queremos tener el permiso.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jose. The thing is, honestly, the DJ and the karaoke are the same thing. The issue with mariachis, the issue is when people are renting a location for baptisms or birthdays. You know, we've always, they've wanted to bring mariachis. And so because we've always asked for permits or always asked for permission for everything that we do, we just want to be prepared in the case, you know, for everything. It's not that we're going to have mariachis at night, you know, as regular entertainment. It's just that if there's an event, people have asked us if they can bring mariachis for that event. And so we want to be prepared for possibilities.
Bueno, una cosa más, perdón. Me gustaría que tuvieran en cuenta que nosotros tenemos 6 años ahí. Nunca hemos tenido ningún problema y siempre hemos hecho todo bien. Entonces, pues yo pienso que estaría bien si nos dieran la oportunidad.
One more thing I wanted to mention, I just would like to note that we've been there for 6 years and we've never had any problems. We've always done everything well, done everything right, and I think we would really like you to give us the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Chair Donnelly.
Gracias, Director Donnelly.
Thank you. Would now be an appropriate time to make a motion on the first of these items, 14, the change of license conditions.
1 second. Jim, do we have any other registrants?
We do not.
Okay. Yes,
But,
it would.
Alder Revere does have his is in the queue.
Hand up. You two
La
can find it.
pregunta es si ahora sería un momento apropiado para hacer una moción sobre el artículo, el ítem número 14. La pregunta es si hay otro registrante. No, pero el director Bevere tiene su mano levantada.
Okay. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Vice Chair Westra. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on the second part of the letter we received from the adjacent property owner at 1302 South Midvale Boulevard. And so the first part was asked and answered about the parking concern. The second part is about trash and overflowing dumpsters and so forth. So my question is, could you address the concern of that if you have more business but don't have increased refuse and recycling service, that you'll create more of a mess in the back of the building?
Entonces, bienvenido de nuevo. Yo quisiera mencionar, o sea, tratar el tema de una queja que recibimos de la propiedad al lado de 1302 Sur Midvale sobre el parqueadero. O sea, eso creo que fue el asunto del estacionamiento fue preguntado y contestado, pero el asunto de los desechos, de la basura que está desbordándose, o sea, que hay un exceso de residuos, y entonces la pregunta es cómo van a enfrentar o cómo van a solucionar ese posible problema, si van a tener más clientela y si no solucionan el asunto de tener más espacio, más dumpsters, más recipientes para la basura, el reciclaje, ¿cómo van a solucionar ese desafío, ese problema?
Bueno, por lo que comentan de la basura, bueno, nosotros estamos enterados de eso porque nos gusta estar involucrados en todo. Tenemos una foto que nos mandaron y esa basura, bueno, otra vez no es de nosotros. Nuestros basureros están al lado y nosotros compartimos el dumpster con Hardware, que es la dueña del contenedor, y son 3-4 veces que van a la semana a cambiar el bote de basura, pero el restaurante de al lado solamente lo cambia una vez a la semana. Por eso es el problema de la basura de ellos, no es de nosotros. O sea, nosotros no tenemos el basurero ahí, es de al lado.
No nos corresponde a nosotros.
Es por eso que es el problema, pero no es de nosotros.
The issue again that I'd like to mention, about the garbage, we like, because we received the letter also with the picture, because we really like to be up on everything and be directly involved in everything. But the thing is, that's not us. That's, again, our garbage containers or dumpsters are next door or are next to it. Those are the garbage for Hardware. And we have our garbage swapped out or dumped 3 to 4 times a week, and they change the container, but the restaurant only does 1 time a week. And so the problem really, the picture with the garbage around it, that problem really is theirs. It's not ours.
Tenemos la foto, se la podemos mostrar aquí a alguien si le gusta ver, y no es de nosotros el basurero, es al lado.
Yeah, we have the photo. If there's a way that we can show it, if you'd like to see it, we have the photo, and it's not ours. The garbage is not ours. It's from next door. It's the one next to us.
Thank you. Then going back to the report we received from the Madison Police Department, the communication from the Midtown District Commander, Captain Friedman, that we received from Captain Hansen tonight. Are you comfortable with possibly ending alcohol service at midnight instead of 2 p.m.? Or is that something that you would object to?
Pues la verdad sí nos gustaría.
But permítame, let me take that if I may. And I just want to clarify, you mean 2 a.m., not 2 p.m.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's been a long day for me.
That's
Well,
what we do.
excuse, let me rephrase it. So the existing license condition is that alcohol service must cease at 10 p.m. and they're seeking that condition be struck entirely, which would allow the state bar time of 2 a.m. weekdays, 2:30 a.m. weekends. And the police department is requesting a compromise, if you will, of alcohol service ceasing at midnight, as I understand it. So the question is, would they be agreeable to midnight instead of statutory bar time? Thank you for the clarification.
Entonces, el reporte, con la información que tenemos, el reporte del Departamento de Policía de Madison, de Midtown, del comandante del distrito, Friedman, que leyó el otro capitán de policía, y eso, para confirmar, ahora, o sea, están pidiendo, o sea, ustedes estarían de acuerdo si el servicio de servir, o sea, servir alcohol se terminara a medianoche, o sea, existente está, o sea, es la recomendación del comandante de policía existente, usted tiene el permiso hasta las 10 de la noche y están pidiendo que cancelen esa restricción, o sea, entonces quedaría el permiso hasta la hora de costumbre de servir alcohol hasta las 2 de la mañana los días entre semana y las 2:30 los fines de semana.
Bueno, las condiciones de alcohol que tenemos, la verdad, no sabemos por qué pasó. Cuando venimos la última vez, que fue hace como 3 años, cambiamos el horario de restaurante porque cerramos 1 hora antes. Pero la verdad hemos estado creciendo y fue que nos dimos cuenta por eso que tenemos condiciones. En realidad nunca pasó nada porque cuando sacamos el permiso la primera vez teníamos hasta las 2:45, a la 1:45, pero la verdad nosotros no estábamos interesados en eso en ese momento. Pero ahora que ya crecimos, la verdad nos está yendo un poco mejor. Es por eso que nos dimos cuenta en realidad. Ahora, pues sí nos gustaría que nos quitaran las condiciones para que ahorita tenemos personal para hasta esa hora, ¿verdad? Pero como estamos creciendo, pensamos tener más personal para que abramos más tiempo. Claro que entre semana no sería cerrar a las 2 de la mañana, claro que no. Solamente sería pues el fin de semana prácticamente.
So honestly, the conditions with the alcohol license, we don't really understand why or how that came about. Honestly, the last time we were here was 3 years ago when we changed our hours of operation, and honestly, it closed an hour earlier. As an interpreter speak, I'm just going to clarify that. Cuando cambiaron hace 3 años, fueron que empezaron a cerrar 1 hora antes.
Sí, cambiamos el horario de operación, pero nos cambiaron las condiciones de la licencia de alcohol, que no supimos por qué pasó eso.
Okay, so we changed our hours of operation, and we don't understand why at that time they changed the conditions of our sale of alcohol, and we don't understand why that happened really. But honestly, we've been growing since then, but we didn't know anything about that. Nothing had ever happened. Before we were open, or we were selling until 2:45 or 1:45, but we didn't know anything about it. So then as we've been growing, we realized that this was the condition, and that's why we would like them to take away the condition, because now we have staff until then, up until that hour. And so we would like, it's not that we're going to start closing at 2 a.m., regularly, just maybe on the weekends. But we have staff available to work those shifts or to work then.
Thank you. And then my last question relates to the other request of the police department captain, and that is that we not remove condition number 2, that you must meet the definition of a restaurant. So my question is, could you help us understand why you want that condition removed further? Because in your application, you ask for it to be removed, but then you say, our sales are 30-70, that is 30% alcohol, 70% food. We do not have any intention of becoming a tavern. So my question is, could you help us understand a little further why you have concerns with that condition, that you meet the definition of a restaurant and over 50% of your revenue from non-alcohol? Thank you.
Entonces, mi siguiente pregunta es sobre la solicitud del Departamento de Policía en no remover la parte, la segunda parte o la parte número 2 de la restricción o de la condición en que tienen que cumplir con la definición de restaurante. Mi pregunta es por qué quieren remover esa condición. Y la definición en su aplicación explica que las ventas son de 30-70, 30% restaurante, 70% alcohol, pero no tenemos intención de ser taberna y tener la condición de ser restaurante sería cumplir con 50% o más de la venta resultante de comida.
Bueno, pues nosotros, para empezar, no queremos ser una taberna. No nos gustaría porque serían problemas y nosotros no queremos problemas. La segunda es que nosotros queremos eso porque queremos música. Queremos tener bautizos, cumpleaños, porque es muy agradable a una persona que vaya a festejar un cumpleaños y haya música. Porque si no hay música, la verdad, se van las ventas. Y exactamente es por eso, prácticamente.
I mean, first off, we don't want to be a bar. That's not, because honestly, bars bring problems and we don't want problems. The reason we ask for that is because we want to do events like baptisms and birthdays. It's in order to have music. Because honestly, without music, there are no sales or there aren't sales. And so that's why we're asking for that.
Perdón. Bueno, el karaoke, bueno, para nosotros es para personas mayores. Lo de nosotros no sería como muchachos de 25 años, 22 años. No, lo de nosotros sería como para gente grande que quiere ir, escuchar música, cantar una canción, comer algo, tomarse 2 tragos, irse a la casa. Eso es lo que está planeado y eso es lo que nosotros queremos en realidad. No queremos una taberna donde estemos lidiando con borrachos, peleas. O sea, no queremos eso tampoco.
I mean, honestly, and for us, the thing with karaoke is that, I mean, we're talking about for grown-ups, for big folk, we're not talking about, 25-year-olds or, kids or 22, we're talking about mature people, big people that are going to go and, have some food, sing a song, have 2 drinks and go home. That's what we have planned. We don't want to be dealing with drunks. That's, we want good people and family people. That's what we want.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Director.
Thank you, Alder Rivera. Chair Donnelly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Westra.
Director Donnelly.
Would a motion be in order now on item 14?
Yes.
Estaría en orden una moción en el artículo 14.
Regarding item 14, the application for a change of licensed conditions, I move that we amend condition 1 to extend the service time from its current 10 p.m. to midnight, and that we not make any additional changes, that we not strike condition 2. And if there's a second, I will speak to that motion.
Yo hago una propuesta, una moción de la aplicación, cambiar la aplicación, la condición de la aplicación, o sea, yo propongo que extendemos la licencia actual de 10 de la noche hasta las 12, medianoche, y que no hagamos más cambio a la propuesta, o sea, no enmendamos la siguiente condición.
Mr. Bruchuk has indicated he's interested in seconding the motion.
Thank you. So the reason why I support extending the hours is all indications are that this is a well-run business and that it is appropriate that we loosen the conditions that we've previously applied. And I'll pause for interpretation.
El motivo de por qué yo propongo aprobación, o sea, porque estoy apoyando la extensión o alargar las horas, es porque todo me indica que este es un establecimiento, un negocio que tiene buena administración, entonces no indica que debemos estar conformes, o sea, indica que merecen que nosotros aflojemos un poco las restricciones.
The reason I am not suggesting that we strike condition 1 entirely is that it has regularly been this committee's practice that we gradually extend the hours of a license holder, and as they demonstrate the ability to operate responsibly with later hours, we can then extend them further in the future.
El por qué, de por qué no sugiero tachar completamente o borrar completamente las condiciones es porque normalmente siempre ha sido la práctica de este comité extender gradualmente las horas de un titular de una licencia, y mientras que va mostrando que pueden administrar responsablemente con más, o sea, un horario más largo, vamos considerando más.
And the reason I am not recommending that we strike condition 2 is in response to Alder Verveer's question. The applicant's answer for why they wanted to strike that didn't actually include any answer that required the striking of that. There's nothing that they want to do that requires them to not operate as a restaurant. And I just want to be clear, I was not asking a question there. I was merely making a statement of why I made the motion the way I did.
Forgive me, I may have to have you repeat that.
Sure.
The reason you're not recommending striking the second part, the condition 2.
Sure. The reason I'm not recommending striking number 2, condition number 2, is that there is nothing that the applicant described that they want to do that is in conflict with continuing to operate as a restaurant at all times. And so I don't see any need to strike that condition, which I note is a condition that we have on nearly every restaurant that comes before us that does not intend to operate as a tavern.
O sea, mi recomendación de no tachar la condición número 2 es en respuesta, o sea, responder a la pregunta hecha por el concejal Verveer, o sea, la respuesta del respondiente no incluía ninguna respuesta, o sea, no describió nada que está en conflicto con la operación de un restaurante normal, que no hay necesidad de tachar. O sea, lo que tenemos puesto es una condición que hay en todos los restaurantes que no tienen intención de ser taberna.
Thank you, Vice Chair Westra. I'll note that Mr. Bruchuk has his hand up.
Gracias, buena tarde, que tiene la mano levantada.
Thank you, Mr. Burshak.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Mr. Donnelly's his argument about the second condition. You can do what you want to do with the music, as long as you have the entertainment license while meeting the definition of a restaurant. As for the first condition, I agree that we should give this applicant a chance to serve alcohol for longer hours. I would go further. I would maybe support allowing it to stay open till 1 a.m. on weekends. I know how things typically go, but if it becomes apparent throughout this debate that there's appetite for that by other members, I would support going even further.
Yo estoy de acuerdo con el señor Donnelly. O sea, básicamente ustedes pueden hacer lo que quieran hacer siempre y cuando están cumpliendo con las condiciones de ser un restaurante. En la segunda parte, yo iría un poquito más allá y estaría de acuerdo en permitir que estuvieran, que se quedaran abiertos hasta la 1 de la madrugada, hasta la 1 a.m., los fines de semana, dependiendo si hay apetito de parte de los otros miembros de este comité.
Alder Figueroa Cole is here and indicated that she's interested in speaking.
Okay. Alder Cole?
Thank you. For point of clarification, what are the hours of operations that they are suggesting? I'm sorry, I don't have my computer with me.
Para aclarar, gracias, el concejal Cole, ¿cuál es el horario que están proponiendo?
No, mejor.
I'm sorry.
No tengo.
Sure, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the request is on the license
Yes.
is for 2 a.m.
Okay.
The motion is for midnight.
So every day at 2 a.m.?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
O sea, if I may interpret.
Go ahead.
La solicitud en la licencia es para las 2 de la mañana cada día y la moción propuesto es para medianoche. O sea, 2 de la mañana cada día, sí, creo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I met with the applicants multiple times since last time they were here, visited the restaurant, and worked together on putting down a plan and a standard operating procedure to facilitate the continuation of the great work that they had done. I think I agree with the chair that these applicants have really proven themselves over the years since 2018 doing business on the district area. I don't necessarily agree to remove to not remove the conditions. We had that discussion on the last meeting. I do understand the complication of having the entertainment license, but I will ask the committee to facilitate to extend the hours, at least on the weekends, for them to the 1 o'clock time. I think that will be more feasible since they're trying to grow the business. One thing that I learned is that the people that they employ there live in the neighborhood, and they're planning on expanding that and hiring more people. So this is an economic positive thing for the area. There's not much happening on District 10, to be honest. So these, as the more I learn from these applicants, the more I can see how the impact that they have on the community, and it's a whole ecosystem of really trying to bring family together, having that cultural angle in the neighborhood, and so important to hire people locally. So I spoke to MPD multiple times about this particular issue. I have spoken with the sheriff even earlier today. We have to have a better way to get in alignment when we are doing these entertainment licenses. There's too much conflict between what MPD needs versus what the ARC needs to decide, and what the other agencies on the city that are trying to bring this kind of business to the city and trying to keep people here instead of then sending them out to Milwaukee or Chicago to find places that caters to them. So I think we definitely need to do a better service to applicants like this that are proven themselves to be a positive impact to the community, and make it easier for them to be able to do their business. So I will ask the committee and and, the entire committee to at least consider
Alder-
expanding the
Alder-
hours.
Can we have?
Oh, I'm so
our
sorry.
interpreter?
I'm so sorry. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry. And I can probably interpret my
Um,
own self if you don't mind. But go ahead.
But then I'll be interpreting back to English
That's
for the
okay.
rest of the
So-
committee members. So,
yeah, so yes.
we kind of have the same thing. I would like to clarify, I met with the applicants, I visited the restaurant, we worked out a plan. I'm sorry, I'm in the
Estás
wrong language.
español.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Rewind. Yo me reuní con los
I do that all the
aplicantes, yo
time.
visité el restaurante, yo trabajé con ellos en hacer un plan para la administración del negocio, o sea, los procedimientos de operación del restaurante. Yo estoy de acuerdo en que sigan con su trabajo excelente, el trabajo excelente que están haciendo. Estoy de acuerdo con el director, que con ellos, con la aplicación, que ellos están trabajando desde el 2018 en el área del distrito. No estoy de acuerdo en no remover la condición que hablamos en la última reunión de extender, o sea, la licencia. Yo entiendo, hay algo que tenemos que hacer con la licencia de entretenimiento. O sea, yo estoy de acuerdo en extender las horas en los fines de semana hasta la 1 de la madrugada. Yo creo, lo que yo tengo entendido es que están empleando personas, o sea, sus empleados viven ahí cerca en el mismo vecindario y es más factible así. O sea, es lo que yo estoy entendiendo de la reunión con ellos, es algo que promueve, o sea, que ayuda a la economía en todo, o sea, en el distrito 10, donde no hay realmente mucha acción, mucha actividad, y yo creo que hay algo que podemos aprender de cómo esto, o sea, yo al reunirme con ellos y hablar con estos aplicantes, yo estoy entendiendo cómo es el impacto realmente en todo el ecosistema, que pueden tener un impacto, o sea, que quieren tener reuniones en familia, el aspecto cultural, quieren contratar empleados, contratar personas locales. Yo entiendo del Departamento de Policía, el MPD de Madison, la Policía de Madison, yo entiendo que ellos tienen sus requisitos, lo que ellos necesitan o quieren ver, pero yo creo que hay mejor forma de manejar esto de la licencia de entretenimiento, pero hay lo que requieren ellos y necesitan y lo que necesita la ARC. Pero tienen que decidir entre las otras agencias y tratar de, porque tenemos que hacer algo que trata de traer, o sea, de traer negocios, personas y mantener las personas para que no se estén yendo a Milwaukee, a otros lugares que nosotros podemos realmente satisfacer sus necesidades o ofrecer lo que busquen, y que necesitan mejores servicios y aumentar el impacto que pueden tener, el impacto positivo en varios ámbitos. Y por eso yo le solicito al comité. I'm sorry, as interpreter speaking, I just need that last part, if
Wow,
you could.
impressive.
Concejal,
Yes, I'm asking the committee to consider expanding their hours, at least on the weekends, to the 1 p.m. instead of the midnight.
Estoy pidiendo al comité que expanden las horas por lo menos hasta la 1 de la mañana en vez de medianoche.
And I lost my train of thought listening to all that already, but so thank you for the interpretation. But so yes, again, I have learned so much about this business. I have seen them grow in a very calculated way. They're taking the steps, step by steps, not rushing themselves into getting into a new thing. And I don't see this change. I see this as the same, just taking a calculated step to move their business forward. They care about their business, and they're the best advocates and stewards of their own livelihood. So again, I hope that you guys consider expanding the hours.
Aunque yo se me perdió el hilo de lo que iba a decir, pero bueno, pero excelente la interpretación. Entonces yo he visto este negocio que ha crecido de una manera bien formulado, bien pensado. He visto que no simplemente se apuran, no están saltando, o sea, crecer. O sea, he visto que no es igual simplemente crecer, pero están moviendo de una manera bien pensado, que les importa su negocio, cómo lo están haciendo, y que creo que ellos son los buenos, o sea, los mejores defensores, o sea, pueden abogar por su propio negocio y son los mejores cuidadores porque eso implica su bienestar económico, su crecimiento económico, y yo espero que el comité considere las cosas que yo he propuesto.
And lastly, the second condition, I agree, it doesn't have any impact. We discussed the fact, we even discussed I actually asked them to provide me a report right then and there of their sales between food and alcohol, which I think is the what is used to determine the tavern differentiation. And immediately she went to her cash register and provided a report. So, thank you.
Segundo, yo quisiera mencionar que en la segunda condición yo estoy de acuerdo que no tiene impacto ninguno, y que yo lo hablé con ellos, lo hablamos en ese momento. Yo le pedí un recibo de las ventas, porque eso es como determinan si es taberna, o sea, la venta de comida y alcohol, y inmediatamente ella fue a la caja y me dio lo que yo le pedí.
Thank you, Alder. Chair Donnelly.
Thank you. I would like to amend my motion to changing condition 1 to extend the hours Sunday through Thursday to midnight and Friday and Saturday to 1 a.m.
Yo quisiera, el director Donnelly, yo quisiera enmendar mi propuesta de extender el horario de domingo a jueves hasta 12 de medianoche y el viernes y sábado hasta la 1.
Rushak seconds.
Thank you.
El otro
So,
ofrece segundo.
just a clarification. So on the floor, we only have a motion for item 14.
That's
So
correct.
we haven't a motion for the other one.
No, I figured it's more straightforward to deal with this one and then the next.
Yep, just wanted to make that clarification. Dr. Reese.
Thank you.
Pardon me. Solo quería aclarar que ahora por el momento lo que tenemos en consideración en comité es la moción para el ítem número 14. Responde el director Donnelly que sí, así yo pensé que tiene más sentido tratar uno primero. Ok, solo lo quería aclarar.
Thank you. So I am in support of this motion. Okay, let me start over. Because I anticipate us approving the entertainment license, and this is a big addition to the current setup of the business. I support the motion to extend the hours as proposed because it allows the owners to test out the kind of crowd that's coming later at night with the music.
Yo quisiera aclarar, o sea, yo estoy a favor de la moción siempre y cuando, o sea, para aclarar, yo estoy anticipando que el comité va a aprobar la licencia para entretenimiento y pensando que eso le permite a los dueños como probar cómo va con la clientela, con el nuevo horario.
I know that currently the business is seeing families who come together, and that allows for the business to operate as a restaurant, and there's no doubt that will continue. However, sometimes with a change in offerings at an establishment, people sometimes see a much different crowd show up. So with this motion, it will allow you to adjust to that, and then if it remains the same, then it can potentially change. So that's the reason why I will support this motion.
O sea, el motivo de por qué yo estaría a favor de esta moción es que lo que sabemos que es que actualmente el negocio sirve como un lugar para las familias unirse, reunirse. Sin embargo, con el cambio de lo que ofrecen, a veces se ve un cambio de clientela o un cambio de la clientela de las personas que vienen, y eso le permite ese ajuste, o sea, permite al negocio ajustar su movimiento según cómo va con la nueva, si hay nueva clientela con el nuevo horario.
That's all. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Think that in our quest to accommodate growth without accommodating the reality is commendable for some of us. This establishment only has 19 stalls. With more growth, where are they going to park?
Yo aplaudo, o sea, me encanta ver que nosotros queremos el deseo de acomodar el crecimiento, pero sin acomodar la realidad. O sea, este establecimiento solo tiene 19 espacios de parqueadero. Si viene más clientela, ¿dónde se van a estacionar?
And none of their documents that has been submitted have they indicated attempting to get permission from the other establishments and the shopping center to be able to use their parking.
Ninguno de los documentos en ninguno de los documentos han indicado que han intentado pedir permiso a los otros establecimientos, los otros negocios, las tiendas o el centro comercial a utilizar espacio para estacionamiento.
In addition, if the committee is amendable, I would also like to see service of alcohol in minimum 30 minutes before closing.
Si está de acuerdo, otra cosa, si el comité está, está dispuesto a considerar el tema, me gustaría ver servicio de alcohol que se terminara 30 minutos antes de cerrar el local.
Chair.
Thank you.
Motion.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Chair.
No escuchamos.
So Chair Donnelly, it's your motion. What do you think?
El director Donnelly, ¿qué le parece? Porque es su moción.
So it has generally been our practice to set a time when a licensed establishment needs to cease service of alcohol, and then trust them to make the decision when they will be closing their business, when they'll have last call, everything like that.
Nuestra práctica general ha sido siempre, o sea, por lo general, dejar al establecimiento del negocio decidir, o sea, que dejar que el negocio establezca el tiempo cuando cuando tienen que dejar de servir alcohol, cuanto antes de cerrar.
So absent any evidence to the contrary, my inclination is to afford these license holders the same trust that we do to other establishments.
Sin ninguna evidencia, al contrario, a la contraria, mi tendencia sería, mi recomendación sería extender la misma confianza a estos titulares de la licencia a tomar la decisión como la ofrecemos a otros. O sea, extenderles la misma confianza.
Thank you, Alder Knox.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the current amended motion that's before us right now. And I can recall a couple of meetings ago, we had a new establishment in my district on Park Street, and based on the police recommendation and the parking situation, we recommended midnight. There's some residential areas somewhat nearby, but we did do that on their initial license. One of the concerns I have here is it's a restaurant, and I'm not familiar with too many restaurants that are open past 12 p.m. I could be wrong, but mostly fast food places, but not an actual restaurant. And I guess I'm a little concerned that because they're also requesting a entertainment license, we can deal with that next. Will they be able to maintain their 30% alcohol, 20% food, which is, I believe, required for a restaurant when you have extended hours with music entertainment? That generally means more alcohol sales. And so I'm probably not going to support this motion.
Yo quisiera mencionar algo. Yo estoy un poco preocupado con esta moción enmendada, o sea, la moción actual enmendada. Yo recuerdo que hace un par de reuniones estuvimos considerando una licencia para otro negocio en Park Street que nos basamos, o sea, tuvimos también reporte de policía, o sea, recomendación, donde habían recomendado medianoche. O había un área residencial cerca, o sea, no tan cerca, pero cerca, o sea, inicialmente una cosa es que esto es un restaurante y yo no conozco tantos restaurantes que están abiertos después de las 12 de la noche. O sea, principalmente son cosas de comida rápida. Y yo me pregunto cómo van a seguir con el requisito además están pidiendo la licencia para entretenimiento, y yo me pregunto cómo van a poder mantener el porcentaje que tienen que mantener para seguir calificando con las horas extendidas, para seguir calificando como restaurante. Entonces yo probablemente no voy a recomendar aprobar esta moción.
Thank you. Can I get either Attorney McReynolds or Jim to clarify what the definition of a restaurant is per statute?
Si yo puedo pedir a alguno de los abogados que me den la definición según el estatuto de definición de un restaurante.
Hi, I can look it up right now.
Yo lo puedo buscar ahora.
I've got it if you want.
Go for it.
Restaurant So this is Madison General Ordinance 38.02, which is definitions in the alcohol chapter. Restaurant has the meaning as defined in Wisconsin State Statutes 254.61 sub 5, and whose sale of alcohol beverages accounts for 50% or less of the establishment's gross receipts. And when we as a committee say meets that definition at all times, that means that within reason for any given slice of time, that remains true. So for example, if a place had overall receipts of 50% or 49% for alcohol, but from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., they were 90% alcohol, that would not be operating as a restaurant at all times. Does that answer the question?
Entonces, yo quisiera, o sea, según el estatuto, aquí lo tengo, 38.02, la definición, o sea, sobre alcohol, compara con el estatuto estatal de la definición de un restaurante del 254.64 subsección 5 sobre la venta de para definir un establecimiento como restaurante, la venta de alcohol debe ser de 50% o menos del total de venta en todo momento. O sea, no tiene que cumplir con esto en todo momento, pero en cualquier pedazo de tiempo, los recibos deben ser, o sea, digamos, si son durante la mayor parte de un día son de 49%, o sea, menor de 50, 49%, pero digamos si entre las 10 de la noche y las 2 de la madrugada son 90%, eso no cumpliría con la definición de restaurante.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? I can't see anything in the room, so.
Gracias. ¿Hay más conversación? ¿Más discusión? No veo nada en el salón.
Alder Figueroa Cole has her hand up.
Yep. See none. Roll call vote, please.
Do you, Ms. West, Vice Chair, Alder Figueroa Cole has her hand up.
Oh.
Question for the chair or for Jim. Do we have processes in place to audit restaurants in general?
You want to take it or you want me to?
I'm sorry, as interpreter speaking, I just need to clarify the outed restaurants.
To audit to audit against what they establish, their percentages will be.
Oh, audit.
To audit. I'm
yes.
sorry,
IT, audit.
Audit, thank you.
Got it. Entonces
Including
tenemos la pregunta para el director, si tenemos un procedimiento establecido para hacer auditoría de un restaurante según el porcentaje de venta.
The city finance department is capable of doing an audit. It is not something that happens with any frequency because the process is expensive and time consuming for the city. So generally, the operators are on their honor to comply.
So if we, I will.
I'm sorry, if you'd like me to interpret it.
Yes, please.
Please.
El Departamento de Finanzas de la ciudad, si tienen es posible, o sea, lo pueden hacer, pero no suele suceder con frecuencia porque es costoso y lleva bastante tiempo. Por lo general depende de los operadores, o sea, según seguir lo que prometen.
Las reglas, yeah. So, I mean, if there was I would imagine if we have a restaurant that is causing trouble, that has a lot of police presence, and that would be kind of a combination of things for them to take action and report them, bring them here to remove their license. So there's a process in place for that.
There is a process.
Thank you.
And yes, there's a process.
O sea, yo tengo entendido entonces, si hubiera mucho problema, o sea, hay presencia de policía, entonces sí habrá un proceso de actuar o de tomar acción para quitarles la licencia.
Okay, thank you. So this is the revised motion that Chair Donnelly had put on the floor, regarding, can we just read this before we do our vote?
I'd be happy to.
Entonces, esta es la moción enmendada que propuso el director Donnelly. Si lo podemos leer, por favor, antes de votar.
So,
Con mucho gusto.
Get this in front of me. So my motion is that we amend condition 1, which currently reads, alcohol service shall cease by 10 p.m. daily, and change it to alcohol service shall cease by midnight, Sunday through Thursday night, and by 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday night.
Entonces, mi moción, yo lo que propongo es que hagamos un enmendamiento a la condición número 1, que actualmente lee que toda la venta de alcohol debe cesar para las 10 de la noche, 10 p.m. Yo propongo que lo cambiemos a toda la venta de alcohol debe cesar para, o sea, a medianoche, los días domingo hasta el jueves y a la 1 de la mañana de la madrugada el viernes y sábado.
Thank you. Jim, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Creo que estamos listos.
Did you guys hear me?
Yep, I heard you.
Okay.
Alder Miadzi? He's on Zoom. I haven't heard from him since we started. All right, I'll skip on the next. Alder Revere? Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Baruchuk? Mr. Baruchuk, aye. Dr. Reese?
Aye.
Dr. Reese, aye. Mr. Donnelly?
Aye.
Mr. Donnelly, aye. Alder Knox?
Nay.
I'm sorry? Nay?
Nay.
Alder Knox, nay. Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Carter, also nay. Chair, the vote is 4 ayes, 2 noes.
This motion passes.
La moción sigue con 4 sí y 2 no. Entonces la moción se ha aprobada.
Committee, what is your pleasure on item number 16, the entertainment license?
I'm sorry, as interpreter speaking, I did not hear the first part of what you said. motion on the
We
entertainment.
now will be discussing item 16, the entertainment license, and I'm asking the committee what their pleasure is.
Okay, ahora vamos a hablar acerca del asunto en el ítem número 16, preguntando al comité cómo desean proceder.
Mr. Baruchuk has his hand up.
I move
Mr. Baruchuk?
that we approve the entertainment license request with the same conditions added that we just added to the alcohol license.
Yo propongo, yo hago una moción de que nosotros aprobemos la licencia para entretenimiento con las mismas condiciones que acabamos de aprobar para la otra licencia.
Yeah, and to clarify, the conditions on the entertainment license would be condition number 1, that alcohol sales shall cease at midnight on weekdays and 1 a.m. on weekends, as in the previous item, and that the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant, as on the previous item.
And we have
Para aclarar cuáles son para confirmar cuáles son las condiciones, las mismas condiciones para la licencia de entretenimiento sería que cumplan con las mismas condiciones de que la venta de alcohol cese a las 12 entre semana y a la 1 el fin de semana, y también en el ítem previo que el establecimiento siga cumpliendo con los requisitos de definirse como restaurante.
Okay. Discussion.
Conversación.
Dr. Reese.
Do we get a second on that? Whatever.
Dr. Reese did it before Colin's clarification. And then she did it again. So yeah, Dr. Reese seconded it.
I think the plan written out for the entertainment license is one of the most thorough plans that we've seen in a while. So want to applaud the applicant for that.
Yo creo que el plan de manejo que vimos incluido con la aplicación para la licencia de entretenimiento es uno de los más complejos que hemos visto, los más completos que hemos visto. Entonces yo quisiera aplaudir o quisiera reconocer a los aplicantes para eso.
I do recognize the concern with the parking. I don't recall having many conversations about other establishments dealing with parking aside from making sure they have a good plan to monitor the parking lot, which I think the entertainment license outlines clearly, which reduces my concern. I'm in favor of approving this motion, and I would hope that the applicants would work with the property manager and neighbors to ensure that they have a good relationship around parking.
Con respecto a lo de estacionamiento, yo no recuerdo que otros aplicantes mostraron o que hablaron de que tenían un buen plan sobre cómo manejar la situación del estacionamiento. En esta aplicación para licencia de entretenimiento, ellos describen claramente su plan para manejar la situación en el parqueadero, en el estacionamiento. Entonces yo estoy a favor de aprobar esta moción, esta aplicación, y yo espero que los aplicantes trabajen en conjunto, o sea, de forma cooperadora con el gerente, o sea, el administrador de la propiedad y el dueño, con cualquier cosa que surja.
Thank you. Alder Knox.
Gracias. Concejal Knox.
Thank you. Given the definition we just received of what a restaurant is, I was looking at the entertainment license, and it says that 43% will be alcohol, 24% food, and 33% other. Now, I don't really know what that other is, but clearly if that's 6% of that becomes alcohol, then the establishment no longer becomes a restaurant. Is that true, or am I misreading that? Right at the capacity.
I'm seeing
según la definición.
Sorry.
Excuse me?
What I'm seeing on the application for the entertainment license is 30% alcohol, 70% food, 0% other.
I saw that at the top, but if you look at the entertainment license, the actual one under premise capacity.
Folks, you might want to pause for interpretation.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Sí, lo que yo estoy viendo en la aplicación recibido para la licencia para entretenimiento dice que 43% va a ser alcohol, 24% comida y 33% otras cosas. Entonces, lo que yo estoy viendo es que si aumentan la venta de alcohol por unos 6%, ya no se cumple con la definición de un establecimiento, de un restaurante. Yo, hablando como intérprete, habla la señora Vuestra. Lo que yo estoy viendo es que la aplicación para la licencia de entretenimiento dice 30% alcohol, 70% comida y 0% otra cosa.
I appreciate that. I guess I must. I'm looking on my phone, so I must have attached to another license. I think it's like Boulevard. So, I guess I need to correct that. But again, my point still is this: the entertainment license will obviously, with the extended hours, would obviously bring more patrons than the restaurant currently is receiving. Probably means more alcohol size. So I guess my question would be, at what point would we know if, like in the example that was given for the restaurant, all of a sudden you might have 4 hours of alcohol consumption that could significantly increase that percentage. So my question would be, for the patrons, would they be required to monitor that? Or is that something maybe staff or we need to decide on? So maybe they can tell us. I think the alder had talked about monitoring their receipts, them showing their receipts. So I just trying to figure out how can they make sure that they will continue to be a restaurant versus a bar. Does that make sense? Take the last part. That's a lot shorter. Okay.
Si tiene entonces la licencia para entretenimiento, o sea, correcto, yo estuve errado, creo que lo estuve mirando en mi teléfono y, o sea, me corrijo en eso, yo estuve viendo de pronto en el teléfono y fue de otra licencia. Entonces, pero en todo caso, la licencia para entretenimiento con las horas extendidas, o sea, el horario alargado, eso quiere decir más clientela, eso quizás significa más venta de alcohol y en qué punto sabemos que sigue siendo, o sea, que siga cumpliendo con los requisitos de ser calificado como restaurante. Si, por ejemplo, en ese periodo de 4 horas más que está abierto, si el ejemplo que dieron, si en 4 horas la venta es principalmente alcohol, ¿cómo vamos a saber si la clientela o si el personal lo va a estar monitoreando o cómo decidimos? Yo escuché que el otro concejal mencionó algo de monitorear los recibos. ¿Cómo continuamos de estar pendiente de que no sea un cambio?
Dr. Reese.
So the business model revolving around family and culture makes me feel good about or not worried about the percentages changing so much that they would exceed 50% alcohol sales. However, we put restrictions on the serving hours, and my vote for that was exactly for that reason, so that they have a chance to monitor whether or not their sales shift. I think we treat this like we treat any other establishment that comes and requests extended hours. As Chair Donnelly said, we take it on the business owner's hours to monitor those sales, or on their honor to monitor those sales. And if problems are reported to the ALRC, that's when we take up the matter. And we could also consider that when they will inevitably come back to remove this condition as well. So I think we have good reason to think that it will stay as a restaurant, even with extended hours. And we also have a method in place to monitor that, because I'm sure these owners will come back to try to get those conditions removed.
O sea, yo creo que tenemos lo que tenemos un modelo de operación del negocio que tiene como base familia y cultural. Eso me da buena indicación o me hace sentir bien, más tranquila, que no me tiene tan preocupada, que el porcentaje va a cambiar tanto en la venta de alcohol. O sea, ya tenemos las restricciones en las horas que pueden servir alcohol, y eso da a los propietarios, da al negocio la oportunidad de monitorear para ver si cambia bastante la venta, si la venta cambia con el horario extendido, tanto el porcentaje de alcohol, por ejemplo. Entonces podemos depender de los dueños del negocio a monitorear. También tenemos, si empezamos a recibir noticias o quejas, el ALRC también nos permite monitorear de cómo va con las nuevas condiciones, y cuando ellos regresan para remover las condiciones, tenemos la oportunidad de repasar cómo les ha ido con eso. Entonces tenemos un método para mantener control o para monitorear cómo va con las nuevas condiciones. Porque yo creo que sí, estos propietarios van a regresar para quitar las condiciones, para pedir que quiten las condiciones.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to vote no on this, but before I do, I just want to make sure that I record my concerns. There's a reason why fences make good neighbors. I'm looking at, they said they will have security. They also say, they don't say anything about the parking. And in strip malls, I don't care where the strip mall is, each entity has specific number of parking spaces. That's just how they're lined up. But it does say, if there is a line, security will keep the line out of the parking lot and handle problems, noise, and noise as explained in previous. You're catering to families based on what the applicant says. And yet we are talking about if there is a line. If there's chronic problems, we're going to be doing this. If we're going to, I'm just reading this off real fast, check for ID, all that is great. I wonder that if there is a line, they know what their capacity is. If it's family events, then they would know what the capacity is, and they would also be telling the family that is securing the establishment for their events. I am still very concerned about the parking. I don't think that the other establishments are going to come back to us and file their complaints with us. I don't think we're going to actually see that. And what I don't want is to have increased calls to this location because of the parking situation, which could happen. So I am not going to be voting for this, but I do wish the applicants good luck, and I hope they do succeed, and I hope they go for it. Thank you.
Yo en esto voy a votar que no, pero quisiera que anoten mis preocupaciones en esto. O sea, hay el dicho existe, o sea, de que una buena cerca eh, equivale, o sea, hace buenos vecinos. Y tienen aquí, mencionan en la aplicación lo de seguridad. O sea, yo sé que el estacionamiento en un strip mall, o sea, en un comercio de varios negocios en línea, tienen su área de estacionamiento dedicado. Yo me pregunto si van a tener, dice aquí en la aplicación que van a tener seguridad, si hay una línea y seguridad va a empezar. Solo estoy leyendo de la aplicación, del plan de manejo. Seguridad va a manejar la línea. Si hay problemas crónicas, o sea, yo entiendo que van a estar sirviendo a familias, pero a la misma vez están hablando de problemas crónicas, o sea, están listos para eso, que van a estar revisando los IDs. También el negocio tiene, el local tiene capacidad máxima. am, eh, bueno, yo en todo caso, o sea, tiene capacidad máxima, pero sin embargo están anticipando una línea para entrar, una cola para entrar. Todavía yo sigo bastante preocupada con la situación de estacionamiento. Yo no creo que vamos a tener otros establecimientos que vengan a quejarse de cosas. Lo que yo no quiero es que hayan llamadas a este negocio debido a la situación del establecimiento, de este negocio, pero es una situación donde podría suceder. Yo lo que espero que no, espero que sea bueno. Yo les deseo a estos propietarios, a estos, a este comercio, buena suerte con el emprendimiento y con el crecimiento.
Thank you. Jim, if there aren't any hands up in the gallery, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
There are no hands up in the gallery. I will start the roll call vote.
Thank you.
Sí, podemos tener el voto.
Alder Revere? Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Bruchuk? Mr. Bruchuk, aye. Dr. Reese?
Aye.
Dr. Reese, aye. Mr. Donnelly?
Abstain.
Mr. Donnelly is abstaining. Alder Knox?
No.
Alder Knox, no. Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Carter, no. Ms. Westra?
Ooh, I get to vote?
It's the vote is currently 3 ayes, 2 nays. So
Oh, 'cause
you stand the
Donnelly voted
presence to
no.
make it a no if you vote no.
I vote yay.
Okay. That is the final vote is 4 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention.
So this item passes. And we'll go to.
El voto
Thank you.
El voto final es de 4 sí, 2 no, 1 no voto, abstención. Gracias. La moción está aprobada.
If I could, before we lose our interpreter, I would just ask if you could have the gentleman who's standing my dais, I forget your name, if you can register as a registrant before you leave, that would be great.
Si se puede registrar, por favor, como registrante antes de irse. Se me olvidó su nombre, disculpe.
And I'd like to very much give back the chair gavel to Chair Donnelly.
Yeah, sorry how the timing worked on that.
I forgot that within the room, it's even harder at home than it is to do the hybrid when you're just on the Zoom side of things. So
All right, so next up is item 15. Item 15 is a change of licensed conditions for Mom's Bar. Do we have a registrant here to speak for this item?
A registrant for this item is Andrew Greenwood.
Excellent. Andrew, can you please
Oh,
introduce?
I'm sorry, before we go, interpreter, that is the extent of our need for your services, so thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you all as well.
All right, Andrew, can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you are here to propose?
My name's Andrew Greenwood. I'm the owner and manager of Mom's Bar. I'm also a bouncer, bartender, and karaoke host there. I have worked there and owned it for 2 years, and I'm asking that we get our entertainment license conditions and our alcohol license conditions removed. One of them was dependent on our conditional use being approved, and the conditional use license was approved, so now I don't believe it needs to be on there. And then the other one is that we need to close by midnight, and that is something that I feel like if we don't remove that and allow us to compete with the other bars and essentially make a little better margins and profits, we may go out of business without the ability to stay open later. And I would say that we are one of the safest and most community-focused bars in that neighborhood, maybe in the whole downtown. I've personally worked to ensure that, and I will continue to do so. And I'm excited to have an opportunity here to work with y'all even further. And working with y'all the last 2 years has been great.
Cool. Thank you, and thank you for that very clear statement of what you would like from us. Mehdi, what's your pleasure? Mr. Bruchak.
Well, it's good to see you again, Andrew. And so when your bar has to close at midnight, which of your many, many neighbors in the area that stay open later do you go to if you want to have a shift drink or something?
Usually we go to the Irish or the Plaza, sometimes Rigby. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Well, thanks. I was just pointing out just that every other place in that area is open till statutory bar time, but thanks for being a good neighbor. I'll support this application.
Thank you.
Let's see, Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that they did get the conditional approval that the applicant just mentioned. So they did get conditional approval as a nightclub. As that term is defined in the zoning code. Jennifer Zellavi, Attorney Zellavi, did want to point out that there is a pending underage prosecution there. She didn't, say anything further than that, but she thought that the committee should know that.
Thank you.
Just so you all know, that's the first I've heard of that.
All right. Dr. Reese?
Thanks. So, Mr. Greenwood, are you planning on doing other entertainment in addition to karaoke or maybe instead of?
We've been approved for all types of entertainment, except, of course, strippers or anything like that, no casino stuff. Right now, we do karaoke about 95% of the time, and then stand-up comedy about 5% of the time. We've been considering doing regular open mic where people could play guitar, or maybe having a small local band once in a while, but if we don't do karaoke, I feel our customers would likely pull the power plugs on us, so it'll pretty much always just be karaoke.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Alder Knox.
Thank you. Could you, so you just heard that they said there's a pending underage drinking and you said you are not aware of it?
That's correct. I think that might be a personal charge against the person. We've been working with the police and the Safer Bar Committee or group to get ourselves down to a 0% underage count in our bar and in our line, and I believe we have police endorsement on that. Earlier, maybe 1 or 2 people have been caught, but we've always pushed on it, and in the last 6 months and 3 months, we've been upping our training and pushing harder on that.
What are your procedures? Just having professional people look at the IDs, or do you have a system, or what's your procedure? Checking IDs.
Yep. So we've hired more industry-trained veteran bouncers that have been hand checking for over 10 years. We also have a kiosk patron scan that is meant to check IDs. It doesn't work super well, but it does check for if other bars have flagged anyone being violent or stealing or being inappropriate. So that's more of like a safety scanning device that does use IDs. But we also have a handheld scanner now. So we're running 2 systems at once, and with using our veteran bouncers, myself, who is now a veteran bouncer, and the 2 different ID checking systems, I think we can keep it at 0% now. We were a little worried to do that, but our business has only gone better since we've been doing that more strictly the last about 2 months now. So I think the plan is to always keep it at 0% underagers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair Donnelly. Hi, I was wanted to start by asking you as a curiosity question of mine. How often would you estimate that the Madison Police enter your establishment to do the tavern safety checks?
It looks like about every 3 months.
Only about once every 3 months. Have you noticed them outside more in communication with the potential patrons waiting in line to enter the bar?
I believe we had a line check about a month ago. I think they patrol the outside more often. I've recently become closer friends and in closer contact with the community officers. There's 2 of them, I forget their names right now, but we just had them come do a training, and they really let us know things we could do to improve. And we've made every change they've asked. We now have signs up inside and outside that say fake IDs will be taken, 21 up strictly. We have been taking IDs. I think it may be too early to say for sure, but they were mentioning they would like to see our line completely free of underagers and our bar. I think we had already achieved that pretty well in the bar, but now I would say now we're likely there, but it may take a few more patrols of their checking and verifying it to be sure that we're now there.
I see. In terms of what our legal counsel had shared earlier, and I can plan to clarify with her later, but I believe the reason why you're not familiar with it is I don't believe you formally have been prosecuted yet through what they call a long form complaint in Madison Municipal Court. But I am personally aware, because I had a constituent complain to me that they were cited recently in line on University Avenue on the sidewalk attempting to enter your establishment. And I've been meaning actually to ask Captain Hansen about this, because I wasn't aware of this police tactic where they are citing folks waiting out on the public right of way to enter an establishment. And again, that was a recent complaint I received about in the last 2 months, I guess I'd say maybe a month or so. So are you familiar with when you last have seen, or when you've seen the police inside your establishment the last few months? Have you seen them escort any patrons outside, or write any citations in your establishment? And again, maybe our legal counsel can confirm what sort of pending issue there is, but I'm just trying to get a handle on, was it outside or inside your establishment, do you think?
I have not seen that inside. No, but they did let us know that if they catch someone outside, we are not considered liable, but the person still is. So So inside or outside, they can get one citation and be charged. We can only be charged if it's inside. I've been training my bouncers to use the handheld scanner and try to weed the line, just try to like keep the line down to nothing and the bar full of people above, 21 and up is our goal. We ideally don't even want a line.
Well, obviously you have a small capacity compared to all your neighbors. So I actually would think you'd want a line because it shows how popular you are. But in any event, moving on from the underage issue, am I correct that you, as a further practice recommendation of the Central District Community Policing Team, you have weapons screening?
Yes, we do.
You wand for weapons, which unfortunately is a reality today in the downtown entertainment district, obviously. And then the other question is, are you aware that if we do provide this flexibility and alleviate you of the time restriction, that all of your neighbors for many years now have had this 1:30 a.m. no new entry or re-entry condition on their license? Are you familiar with that? If not, we can explain for.
I think I understand it, though this is the first I'm hearing it, and we'd be happy to meet the status quo.
Yep. So in short, and this is a recommendation of the community policing team downtown many years ago, we've established uniform condition in the kind of University Avenue, State Street Entertainment District, where I can read it to you. The actual condition is no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. You would have no objection to that condition, possibly, if we do modify condition 1. Obviously, you don't have that condition now because you aren't able to be open that late.
Yeah, that would be no problem, though. I would have to say, with bar time being 2 on the other nights.
Yeah, this is just Friday and Saturday night, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. I just lost what I was looking at. Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
To clarify for Alder Verveer, Attorney Zillaby is planning the prosecution. I don't think that she said it was pending, but I think you're right that it hasn't been submitted yet. So the owner would not know, or the applicant would not probably know about it yet. But the violations were allegedly from November of 2023. I don't know if Captain Hansen has anything else he would want to add, but that's what this is about.
I can add if that's.
Please do.
what the chair would like. Yeah, our community police team officers, Jane Preston and Ethan Pierrick, met with the applicant and staff and went over several details of how we do enforcement, what our expectations are in the bar, and how to manage the underage crowd that is continuously trying to enter the bars, including line management. And I don't know the date that they met, but I know it's recent, within the last few weeks, and they gave a resounding review saying the applicant and staff were curious. They wanted to learn more. They were receptive to their ideas, and the officers gave a positive review of this bar, and moving forward are believing that they will follow the recommendations.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you again. Thank you, Captain Hansen. That sounds tremendous. Just some follow-up. Are you more familiar with the incident that occurred in November of last year that Assistant City Attorney McReynolds is referring to, that apparently will yield a long-form complaint against the licensed establishment sometime in the near future? And if so, could you provide more?
I was made aware of it back when it happened. I don't have those details in front of me as far as case number or volume.
Okay, so you wouldn't even know if it's simply underage versus something more profound?
No, I mean, I could find out here and make a phone call to our CPTs yet tonight. What I recall, it was more on the underage realm of things and nothing more serious than that.
Well, maybe if this is prolonged and it's not too much trouble, if you could reach out to your CPT colleagues, that would be great. But before I let you go, or maybe wait until you get more information, but are you recommending an action or another tonight on this pending request as it relates to the condition of midnight closure?
Yeah, we
What's
do not find a need to, from our standpoint, because they were receptive to our ideas and the training, to hold this, to still remain closing at midnight if they go longer. Like I think you said earlier, Alder Revere, all the neighbors are open longer, so we do not have a problem with that.
Thank you. And then, Chair, if I could ask Attorney McReynolds if she could just clarify if she knows from her colleague, the prosecutor, if indeed the allegations relate to underage, or is it some other allegations?
Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Yes, it is regarding underage drinking.
Okay. And that's it. No other potential charges.
That's all I have from the email that Attorney Zilovey sent me, so that's all the information I have.
Simply underage.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
By all means. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. You may have a seat. Are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Your motion to approve from Ms. Westra. Ms. Westra, is that approving and also adding the standard condition about entry and reentry?
It is.
Excellent. Do I hear a second? Second from Mr. Burshak. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, I will support the motion. I do have a question. The Deputy City Clerk, I note, and this is consistent with our past practice and our practice of the last two agenda items, that both this license holder's alcohol license, which is what's noticed on the agenda, and his entertainment license have the exact identical conditions. Will your office treat this application and our action as affecting both the alcohol and entertainment license conditions, or would we we wouldn't compel the applicant to come back because he only applied to remove conditions on one license and not both licenses?
Mirrors, right?
Right, they're identical. I have them in front of me.
It would be him supplying the same application, so I don't see any reason we couldn't change.
Very good. I just wanted to flag that for you so that you'll change that in Acela, assuming the council approves this.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Is there any further discussion of the motion to grant with conditions? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations and have a good night. Okay, next up, item 17 is a 21-plus entertainment license application for the Boulevard. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. There's also an alcohol license attached to this one as well.
Oh, I somehow missed that. Oh, nope, there it is. Look at that. All right, so that is item 28. So we've got items 17 and 28. So is the registrant here in person or on the phone?
Yeah. Don Busan is registered as both. He's going to be the liquor beer agent. We also have a Roger Filippi as registered for item 28.
Okay. Come on up.
They're both on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Can you enable the first one to speak,
I think
please?
they're both enabled right now.
So, Don, can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing?
Hi, I'm Don Bussum, and I'm the owner of Boulevard Lanes, and we'd like to sell to Triple Shift in entirety.
Sorry, I missed some of that. You would like to sell what?
We'd like to sell the bowling center to Triple Shift.
Oh, I see. Okay, so great. And is there, Roger, are you from Triple Shift?
Yes, sir, I am. Thanks,
Wonderful.
Chairman and committee members. I'm here to answer questions and tell us a little bit about the company if so needed.
That would be great. Thank you. Please proceed.
I am Roger Philippi. I'm with Triple Shift Entertainment. We are a multi-unit operation in multiple states. We're happy to be part of the Madison family and to give Don and his wife Tracy an opportunity to enjoy the rest of their life in retirement, which is the great American dream. So I also wanted to make a couple of comments. I want to note in the record, Alderman Madison has been very helpful as we enter the community, as well as the local police and their leadership. We met with them a couple times, exchanged ideas. As we enter a new market, it's important that we have a good relationship and a good reputation as we begin our journey in Madison. That's my opening comments.
Excellent. Thank you. Will there be any meaningful changes in the operation of the Boulevard under your ownership and management?
No meaningful operational changes except one that should be noted on the letter that was included. I want to apologize on behalf of our attorney. The original application had some improper dates. A follow-up letter was sent in record to point out the closing time of our bar operations. We, as a company, do not go with the latest time of the evening. Our general closing times were 1 a.m. on the weekend for alcohol sales. That would be conducive to the same as the bowling operation and food. It's a little different than its current operation at 2:30. I figured I would note that. There's a couple reasons why that I think are predicated. Number one is just our employee fatigue factor. Number two, we're a family entertainment venue that does operate late in the evening. We just feel like that closing at 1 gets our employees home earlier, our guests out earlier. We do want to continue with obviously all the licenses, but that would be the only large change. Physically, the building will not change, and I think the Bussums have a great reputation in the community, but that would be one noted call-out change.
I mean, as you would probably infer, we as a committee are not generally concerned when somebody wants to close earlier. Okay, committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter?
You're muted. You're muted.
I hate that mute button. I do have a question because I heard this sale was coming up, and a couple people have asked me if the new owners will honor their reservation for events. What's going to change in that, or?
No, we'll be honoring all of our relationships and extending them where need be. We will be adding some online reservation processes to expedite, but whatever relationships the Bussums have made have been good community relationships, and we want to continue that, Alderman.
That's wonderful. The last thing I wanted to ask you was a little bit about, I mean, our bowling alley has food, we know that, but will you continue to have that till closing?
Yeah, we will continue to have the food up until close, which will be, as stated, 1 o'clock on the weekends, 12 during the week. Intentionally, we've asked for 1 o'clock, but usually Monday through Thursday, we close a little bit earlier at 12, but correct, it will be run food all the way through.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Dr. Reese?
Hello. Does Boulevard currently have live music? Are there events that have live music, or is that only for private events? Could you tell me a little more about that?
I'll defer to Don. He's the active owner. I do have some color on that, but Don's been doing it for quite a few years. So Don, I guess I'll have you address that.
Okay. Yes, we have live music on Friday and Saturday right now, which goes until about the first week of April, and then after that it goes to Thursday or Wednesday and Thursday outside.
Okay, great. And you have been doing the outside music for a while too?
Yeah, about 10, 12 years.
Okay, great. I got to get over to the east side more, which Alder Madison will appreciate. Yeah, I think that is the only question. I did just email Jim because I was curious about the SOP that's referenced in the entertainment license. I hope that we can get a look at that. So it's always good to see when people have more detailed plans and have thought through security. I did want to call out the line that says, "Do not humiliate, physically threaten, or detain or touch the guest." That's a great thing to see. Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reese. Alder Madison, thank you for joining us. We would be delighted to hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. And just to be sure, I wasn't sure if you were still in questions, or is this an okay time just to share a little bit of testimony?
This would be an excellent time.
Perfect. So I do just want to shout out both Don and the new owner or proposed new owner, because they were very receptive. They met with both myself and Captain Marshall in the district. And we had a really thoughtful conversation just about the goals for the district, the continued goals for the business. And I absolutely enjoy and appreciate that they're continuing on that family tradition style of a business. And I learned about new activities that I can do actually closer to my district as far as, entertainment. So I'm excited to have them there. There's new housing coming, sort of kitty corner to where they're located. So overall, I feel good about the business. We have just a neighborhood meeting coming up, I think mid-April, not for really of any concern, but more so to introduce immediate neighbors to the new business owners, for example. And they've been receptive. And I believe we may have a meet and greet with MPD, myself, and likely planning at the bowling alley in a few months here. So yeah, I support their both licenses.
Excellent. Thank you for your comments, and even more so for your involvement in the process. When an alder is involved like this, it basically always goes more smoothly. Committee, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question for the applicant, and that is, first, welcome to our community, and thanks for investing here. Just going back to your discussion of closing at 1 a.m., could you confirm what you had testified earlier? I'm looking at your application, and question number 23 is the hours that you estimate that you'll be opening and closing. And as you, I think, referenced, an attorney has entered on this application 9 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. But should we amend your application on the record here to instead say 1 a.m. on weekends, or did I misunderstand what your testimony was earlier?
No, sir, but thank you for clarification. A letter was sent from our attorney, Daniel Christians, which I think is attached. We are asking for 9 a.m. opening and 1 a.m. closing every day of the week. I did comment that usually during Monday through Thursday we'll close at 12, but we haven't made that determination yet. That's on a separate letter.
Yes, I see the email. The email says 1 a.m., 7 days a week. And I just wanted to confirm that that was consistent with your testimony and that's what you were seeking tonight.
That is consistent with my testimony, and I appreciate the ask.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, Chair, I don't have any further questions for the applicant. I did have a question of Captain Hansen at the appropriate time.
I don't see anybody else's hand up, so go for it.
Okay. Captain, I'm sure that you spoke with Captain Marshall about this. His name was referenced earlier. And I just know from like I said, I don't remember what I know it from, but I know that unfortunately this location has, from time to time, had some violent crime in the parking lot in terms of shots fired. I think most recently, about a year ago, if I remember correctly, was in the media. And then again, shots fired, maybe more frequently in some prior years. I haven't heard of anything more recent than the last year. Could you just confirm what the Captain Marshall's communication to you was, and confirm that there are no suggested conditions or concerns whatsoever?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So you're right. We did have instances of violence over in this general area, including at the Boulevard here in the past. But between management working with police, Captain Gary before Captain Marshall, we have not seen that level of violence in, I think, over a year. And Captain Marshall emailed me that there were no issues at the Boulevard. East Command and the community police team met with the former and prospective owner last week, and they had positive results, and they don't recommend any restrictions either.
That's great to hear. Thanks very much, Captain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Alder Madison.
Thanks for the second time, Chair. And I appreciate Alder Revere's question, but I also want to just share, just as on record, I did ask Captain Marshall to have data pulled for maybe the last 5 to 6 years, just so I can get a sort of take a snapshot at the kinds of crimes, the how often those crimes are happening, how much time we're spending in police time. And I just want to add that I was encouraged to see the drop in police calls, drop in time spent at the business, and the drop in crime overall. And it sounds like the business owner and Captain Marshall met as planned after our meeting. So yeah, feels like they're on the right track, or they've been on the right track and maintaining it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Committee, or do we have any other registrants for this item?
We don't.
Okay, committee, what's your pleasure?
If I can just add, I don't have
Please.
a question or anything, but I would just say that as a former shift leader to bowling alley in another life, I certainly appreciate your consideration for your employees.
Move approvals.
Here, motion from Ms. Westra to approve items 17 and 28. Is there a second? Second from Alder Revere. Any discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 17 and 28 are granted. Congratulations, Roger, and welcome to Madison.
Well, I want to thank everyone again for all their really love and support since we've entered, and especially Alderman Madison for all the open dialogue and discussion. I think it's going to be a great relationship, and we're excited to be part of your community.
Excellent. All right. Next, we have the Esquire Club. Items 18 and 25, which are alcohol license, and 18 plus Center for Visual and Performing Arts. Do we have a registrant here for this item? We do. Excellent. Come on up. Can you please, now that the mic's on, introduce yourself and tell us what you're proposing?
Yes, hi, my name is Craig Spalding, and I am proposing to buy Kavanaugh's Esquire Club, which is an 80-year-old family-run supper club on the north side. And then for the last several years, John Kavanaugh, the current owner of the Esquire, has had the liquor license for the Masonic Temple on Wisconsin Avenue.
Gotcha.
So we want to transfer the liquor license of both of those from their entities to our entity.
Okay. Very good. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant for apparently items 18, 19, 25, and 26? Dr. Reese.
Hi, do you anticipate any changes to the way live entertainment will be handled at the Esquire Club or the program that you'll offer?
No, absolutely none. I mean, there's no entertainment license now, but what we propose to do is just like jazz trios, a couple 3 nights a week, maybe. Nothing more than that. Or if there's a possible wedding, to have a DJ or something for a wedding, but I can't imagine anything more than that. And I had a good long conversation with Captain Gary from the North Precinct about that.
Okay.
And he was,
And
I'm sorry.
no, sorry about that. Let me see. I'm just looking at the application. So I noticed that you have it split. Is the Esquire Club a restaurant, or is it considered a tavern nightclub?
A restaurant.
Okay, I see you've got it 50-50 for food, alcohol. So I'm sure you heard the earlier discussion about restaurants needing to keep alcohol sales below 50%, I think it was.
Right.
So have you thought about, so I guess first question is it exactly 50-50? And then the second question would be, have you thought about how that could potentially change when you're offering live music, depending on the focus of the crowd or how the crowd might change?
Well, I think it's actually less alcohol than 50%. It just was historically, that's what it had been with the liquor license. But I don't anticipate selling any more liquor than we already do. In fact, I want to offer more food selections, open more for lunch and breakfast as well. And not, we won't be focusing on the alcohol. It's, it is a restaurant. I really want to focus on that and catering, food and, but I don't anticipate becoming a live music venue by any stretch. Just a simple little, mostly like background music, like, live jazz, a trio or something. We don't have enough space to really do anything more than that.
Okay. And what hours would the entertainment be happening?
It would probably start around 9 o'clock and wind up about 1 a.m. Between midnight and 1 a.m.
And would you serve food continuously
The
throughout?
whole way through, yes. Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep.
You might want to, I don't know, I guess I'll throw this to the committee if there's any concern about it being listed as 50-50 on the application, or if we'd want to update just to make sure, just based on our previous conversation. But those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Ms. Carter.
Well, I just want to ask the question that all of us who has ever ate at the establishment, will you still be serving family style?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Nothing's changing as far as that goes. No.
Fish fry is still going forward?
Yep.
Okay.
For sure.
Because I've ate there many a nights with my parents and my aunt, and the family style is very popular.
Yep.
Okay.
I hear that from everyone. I agree with you. No, we won't change. No, it won't change.
I've done my duty for the citizens and residents of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Brustock.
I could look this up myself quickly, but is there any conditions about?
There are no current conditions on the license.
Okay, so for the sake of consistency, I think, would you be okay if we put one that said must meet the definition of a restaurant like we have with other
Sure.
applicants in your exact same situation? Okay.
Ms. Westra.
Do we have a condition that there needs to be a Hammond organ?
Well, I'm looking for one. Actually, I used to own Cafe Montmartre, and I had a couple different Hammond organs with a Leslie speaker. Yeah. Yep.
I was joking.
No, you can put that in there. I'm on a quest, so.
Excellent. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant?
I move approval
Okay.
with the condition of the restaurant definition.
And is that, Ms. Carter, is that for items, just at item 25 or items 18 and 25? where 25 is the alcohol license for the Esquire Club, and 18 is the 18 plus visual and performing arts license.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion to grant items 18 and 25 with the condition on each of them that the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant according to Madison General Ordinances 38.02 at all times. Do I hear a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Oh. Dr. Reese seconded. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Reese?
I just noticed for the applicant, on one application is checked 21 plus entertainment license. Well, we're just on the Esquire Club now, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Is that intended to be, I'm scrolling here one moment. It looks like you didn't check a box at the top, which is not a big deal, but you did fill out the 18 plus. So this one you are looking for 18 plus for entertainment?
No, I was thinking, I don't really want to cater to.
Okay, so just 21 plus.
21, yeah.
Great.
But
Yeah,
I'm a
the
restaurant, I mean,
application-
so if there's,
The application is just a little bit confusing because it also has the 18 plus form on there.
I know, I
which you
saw that.
filled out. So that's why I was asking, and thank you for being thorough.
Sure.
Okay, so to be clear for our friends in the clerk's office, what we are actually approving is a 21 plus license? Okay, cool. Any further questions or discussion on items 18 and 25?
Can the application be corrected?
Jim?
Done.
Thank you.
All right.
And the Hammond organ.
We've actually had some extensive counseling from a previous assistant city attorney that applying conditions for specific things such as a Hammond organ are a difficult thing to enforce and a dangerous precedent. So
True.
I would
Okay.
strongly encourage the committee not to push for that condition. However, if you want to make a motion to amend the motion to grant, that would be in order. I don't see anyone making that motion. So is there any further discussion of the motion to grant? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 18 and 25 are granted as amended with conditions. And now let's move on to 19 and 26, which is the alcohol license and entertainment license for the Madison Masonic Center at 301 Wisconsin. So first question, is the intent that this would be an 18 plus or 21 plus entertainment license?
That's a good question. I mean, I it filled it out assuming it was 21 plus.
That's a good enough answer for me.
Yeah, there are concerts there, and there are things, you know, well, so long as families are there. I mean, there's quinceañeras that are held there, and
What does the current license?
Let's see. The current. Wow. The current license that I found says entertainment and doesn't indicate which of those it is.
It's generally open to people of all ages, right?
yeah.
Okay.
She's executive director, yeah.
I think the 21 plus is the appropriate type for us.
Okay. Well, if the operations are going to remain consistent with what they have been, it makes sense for the license to be the same as what it has been. Committee, what questions do you have about this application? All right. Jim, are there any other registrants for items 19 and 26?
I'm sorry, for 18 and 19, Grant and Sarah Frauchi had registered in support, not wishing to speak for both entertainment items. And then for 25, a JD Gardner was registered in support, available to answer questions. Paul Jung was registered in support, available to answer questions. And for 26, JD Gardner is also registered in support, available to answer questions. And that's it.
All right. So, committee, if you have any questions for any of those people, you're welcome to ask them. Alder Knox.
I'm just assuming that I didn't see anything in the entertainment section about hours. So would it be what's in 19? I didn't see any in 26, item 26. Unless I was reading the wrong one again. Is that something that, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I looked at
To whom are you addressing
maybe
the
it's
question?
in the
Alder Knox?
supplemental one? Is it in the supplement? The one, maybe? Hold on a second. I'm using my phone to look at the agenda, so. But I didn't see anything in the hours in the entertainment. Am I looking at just the original, not the supplemental? No, that's it. So my question is, can we assume it's what's in 19? Look at 26 again.
Generally, the entertainment license does not, like, not this one, but in none of them have hours for the entertainment
I
license.
think he's talking about
It's
the applicant.
You defer to the regular license?
right. Oh,
Okay.
okay. So you're talking. Sorry.
Okay, that was my question, because there was nothing in 23. So on the entertainment license.
Has your question been satisfactorily answered, Alder Knox?
I believe so. If the hours are indicated in item 19, yes. Is that what you're saying?
I think we've gotten disconnected a little bit. Let's start over. What is the question that you have?
The hours of operation is in the original 19, item 19, not in 26. Is that correct?
Okay, so item 19 is an entertainment license. I don't even think
Yes.
that an entertainment license has a place to put hours, Mr. Bruchuk.
It actually does.
Oh, as far as
Anyway.
hours? Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe it's the regular license.
So maybe is your question, what are the hours going to be? Is that the question?
No. Just forget I asked the question, period.
Okay.
Oh,
It's getting more complicated than it needs to be, so that's fine.
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Could you address that? There are no.
Well, yeah, we're okay. I'm
Yeah, you did. You addressed it. I'm
Oh,
fine.
okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're fine. So, committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese?
I'm not seeing hours entered on the application for 26, and that may have been the question.
Thank you for clarifying my question.
I hope. I don't know. But I don't see them on the applications. Now I'm wondering the same.
And so I'm going to ask a modified question. Do you plan to have regular hours?
No, we
when
don't
it's
have.
open?
We don't have. It's a catering operation. So as things come in, we book them, and we
So-
don't plan on going till the early morning hours or anything. And I talked to Captain Hansen, about ending around midnight or so. Because I don't want to be.
We always end at midnight.
That's what I thought. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do end at midnight.
always end at
Yeah.
Sure. And I think the thing that is of particular interest to the committee is you aren't going to have regular hours where members of the public can come in and consume alcohol.
No,
You're
not at
only
all.
going to be open
For special
when
events.
it's hired out for events, and then it will be the attendees of those events whom you are serving.
Yes, correct.
Makes sense. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? All right. Ms. Carter.
When it's the appropriate time, I want to move for approval.
You may do so at your pleasure.
I move for approval.
All right, I hear a motion to grant items 19 and 26 from Ms. Carter. I heard a second from Mr. Bruchak. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Did I hear before the meeting that it was somebody's birthday? Did I hear before the meeting that it was somebody's birthday?
Oh, it was, yeah, I turned 50.
Happy birthday. Mine was yesterday. So. All right. Hearing no dissent, motion carries. Items 19 and 26 are granted.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank you.
and have
Thank
a good night. All right. Next up, we've got item 20. Item 20 is a new license application for the Super 8 on the Beltline. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
I don't see any. Let me just refresh real quick. I do not see anyone registered for this. I did see that nobody had registered early and sent the reminder email probably about 2 hours ago at this point, and still no one is registered.
Okay. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move referral.
A motion
Second.
to refer and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion. Sorry, Alder Knox.
Okay, I could probably shed some light on this. We did
Please.
have a meeting with, can you hear me?
Yep.
We did, the Captain Zanders and I had a meeting with
Alder Knox, it looks like your mute turned on partway through.
Yeah, I probably hit it accidentally. Can you hear me again?
We can.
Okay, so we met with the applicant, went over his security issues. He had 26 security cameras. We talked about how he would go about what his staff ratio was. So he indicated he would generally just have one person, at any given time at the hotel. So when we started asking about how he would manage the alcohol situation, he talked about he doesn't have a bar, he would keep it in a cooler, and he would try to monitor IDs. And then the more we talked about things like the number of service calls to that facility, which there were various service calls in the last year, noise complaints, various burglaries, several kinds of issues. Then we started talking to him about asking him how he would manage serving in the lobby and people who would come into his hotel, because one of the things, people can go to the hotel rooms with alcohol, but then we were saying, okay, so you have people come into the lobby who aren't purchasing from you, but could they bring things in? So I think what happened is the more we talked about it, the more he did not feel comfortable that that would be what he would really want to do. We talked about things like, will he be handling cash versus charges to the room, posting no trespassing sign for tailgaters in the lot. So all in all, we left the meeting where he was going to let us know if he wanted to continue and we'd set up a neighborhood meeting, and we have not heard from him. So my guess is, I don't know if we should refer it. I don't think he's going to be pursuing the license. That's what I could tell you. I don't know if Captain,
Yeah, I got quite the lengthy email from Captain Zanders detailing exactly what Alder Knox said. He also had further concerns that staff had not been trained. There wasn't right now a way to lock up the alcohol. I could go on, but if you're referring it, maybe I don't need to, but it was clearly some more details need to be ironed out or prepared.
Yes. So assuming if he does want to pursue it, then I would schedule a neighborhood meeting, but he did not contact me to say that he wanted to do that at that point. So I don't know if we want to refer it. Is there any way to just...
So what are our options, Chair?
Yeah, whatever our options.
We can do whatever we want. We could grant it, we could deny it, we could refer it. My recommendation would be to go forward with the motion to refer, and if we get positive communication from the applicant that they want to withdraw the application, it can be on our consent agenda next month to place on file without prejudice. But I would be hesitant to recommend denying it now because we think they don't want to go forward. But it's up to you.
Yeah, that's fine. He could still be considering his options, I suppose. So I could go with the referral and then try to get something definitive from him. Maybe would it be appropriate for him to send a statement to
Very much so.
this body? Okay,
That would
I'll
be
try to contact him and get him to do that, or not, or if he wants to pursue it.
And Alder Knox, first of all, this is great. Really appreciate the context. He would not have to send something formal. An email to the clerk saying,
or something.
An email to the clerk saying, never mind, would be just fine.
Okay. All right. I'll communicate that too.
Can it be referred to a future meeting versus the next meeting?
Mr. Verbeek, you have any concerns with a referral to a future meeting rather than to the next meeting, giving you flexibility in scheduling it?
Yeah, as long as I'm notified like ahead of time when that future meeting.
Right.
Alder Verveer recommends that we do it to a specific date. Of course, an option that would be available if it is referred to next month's meeting would be to have an item on the consent agenda to re-refer it. Mr. Baruchak and then Ms. Westra.
I'm just requesting that in the event that he does come back and we know this ahead of time, can we have the information from Captain Zanders and any other relevant information in the packets for us to review ahead of the meeting?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking if we could have the information from the Captain Zanders from any potential neighborhood meeting that occurs in our packets for next meeting. If he decides to come back, if he notifies us that he's no longer interested, then we don't need that.
Yeah, if they send it to us, I'll put it in the packet.
Ms. Westra, then Alder Knox. Ms. Westra?
I was just going to say we've been playing hot potato with this for a while. This is the last time I'm willing to refer it. So next month, if it's a no-show or we don't get anywhere on it, I'm going to move to place it on file.
That sounds wholly appropriate. Alder Knox, then Ms. Carter. Alder Knox?
I would just say, in reference to the commissioner's questions, are you saying that you would like the police summary? Would you like an Alder summary? What is the information that you would like to have?
So I'll answer.
To
Yeah,
review?
the information from Captain Zanders, because we've been talking about this one for months now, and specifically police concerns have come up. So I'm curious to review that if it's relevant. Like I said, if he doesn't want to pursue the license, then we don't need it.
There's no reason, yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bruchak and Alder Knox. Ms. Carter.
Well, I would like to revise my motion considering to next month's meeting, and that will give Alder Knox time to connect and us to get a response and committee member Estra to table. So all that in one swoop next month.
All right. Sounds good. Is there any further discussion of the motion to refer? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 20 is referred. Item 21, new license application for Sushi Lover at 72 West Town Mall. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yeah, Zenki Lee.
Come on up. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Zenki. I'm the co-owner of this Sushi Lover in Madison LLC. So it's a new restaurant. You know, the restaurant is located in the West Town Mall, and that was before there was a Granite City, and then before us there was a Dog Smoky House, which both restaurants are serving beers, wines. So we took over. Really, unfortunately, in the 2019, the previous former restaurant was closed, shut down for about 5 years. So we took over the space in December last year, and then we did a little bit of renovation for the space. And, right now, we brought the concept of the all-you-can-eat sushi into and hibachi to the restaurant. So we are here to applying for the liquor license. We wanna serve sake, beer, and wine to the customer, just having a little bit of combination with the dining experience.
So just to confirm, am I correct that this is like a physical restaurant that just happens to be attached to the mall? You aren't like in the food court of the mall?
We're not in the food court.
Okay.
We are a detached nearby the Hobby Lobby.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you. Mehdi, what questions do you have for the applicant? All right. Jim, do we have any other registrants for this item?
We do not.
All right. Committee, what is your pleasure? Here, a motion to grant from Alder Verveer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 21 is granted. Congratulations and good luck with your restaurant.
Thank you.
Yeah, no kidding. Next item, item 22, new license for Madison Pantry at 2022 Fordham. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Excellent. Come on up. Welcome. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Sure. My name is Mohammed Faruqi. We purchased the Madison Pantry about a month ago, and we're going to fix the whole place up and keep the same business, convenience store with liquor and beer. And the beer is in the walk-in coolers, and hard liquor is going to be behind the counter, which we have already done most of this work to keep everything in the back. So nothing is accessible to customers except they come in and ask.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. If no one else has questions, I just wanted to ask if the applicant has had the information session, reached out to the alderperson, the police, and the neighborhood association.
We did get hold of the alderman and the police, and my manager actually did that. And we did not get any information for the neighborhood association. So we didn't contact. We left the orange sign up there, and that's about it.
Did you schedule and have a meeting for members of the community with questions and concerns?
We did leave there and we left the numbers, but I haven't heard anything from anybody yet. Call and schedule, is that what you're asking?
Like, am I remembering? Is there a blank on the orange sign where you say when you're going to have the meeting?
Yeah, the information session.
Yeah,
So
I think it's
whether you have any contact with a neighborhood association or not, you're supposed to set a time, say this is when I'll have most people have the meeting at the store or restaurant.
We did put the date on there. I don't remember exactly because this is the last meeting. We got the message late, and so we couldn't register to come in and talk. So that's why it was referred to this. So we didn't have anybody come in. We had the schedule,
Okay,
but
so
nobody
you
came.
scheduled a meeting,
Yep.
you were there, nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up.
That is frequently what happens,
Yeah.
but it's good that you did it.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, do you have additional questions?
No, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Alder Knox.
I'm sorry. Yeah, she asked the questions. I just want to know, did he have the applicable meeting with the residents and the captain and the alder?
Thank you. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Carter?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Can you tell me if the alder assisted you in advertising for your community meeting or informational?
I don't think so.
Or was it just a sign in the door?
No, we did leave a message with the alderman, and my manager contacted him. And he did mention about the meeting. We did leave the date up there. And my manager and I was there for the meeting, but nobody showed up. We were there for about an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? Did you? Mr. Brushock?
Move to grant.
I hear a motion to grant. Do I hear a second? Second from Ms. Westra and Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions of the applicant, but I do have a question of Captain Hansen.
Captain Hansen? You can have a seat.
Sure, thank you.
Captain, do you have any feedback from your colleagues on this application?
Got an email from Captain Gary and he has no concerns. He got a phone call from them and has no concerns.
Wonderful, thank you. One reason I ask, by the way, Captain, is in the current license are some very ancient conditions that are super specific about video camera requirements, something that all the years I've been on this committee, I don't remember us doing. So I don't know what year we did this. It apparently predates Legistar because I can't find it in Legistar. So it's great to hear that there aren't any issues. I appreciate that. Thank you, Captain. I have no problem with granting this without any conditions and getting rid of all these antiquated conditions regarding
these conditions
regarding
are
outdated equipment and
like
technology.
About specific resolution of video recording and wow. Okay.
Was this in the town, by the way? Was this attached from the town and these in transfer from the town of Madison?
I doubt it.
Yeah, well, let me.
There's a town island that was over there. You know, was this in the town of Madison at one point? I know where it is. Some of the apartments next to you used to be in the town of Madison, and I don't know if the store was ever in the town or not. Okay, it's not important. Thank you.
It doesn't matter. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any of the registrants for this item?
No, no other registrants.
All right, so we have a motion to grant and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 22 is granted. Congratulations, Mohammed.
I think you're right. This was the Town of Madison one. Yeah.
And we're not going to try to send you to 2004 to buy some old video equipment. Nice. Thank you. Have a good night. All right, next up, item 23 is a new license application for Fresh Mart at 3313 University. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
I believe we do. Yes, we have two registrants. We have a Sania Tyrova and Tim Sheehy, both in support, available to answer questions. And Tim is, and both of them are in Zoom, and Tim has his hand up.
All right. Tim.
Yes, I'm right here.
Hi there. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Sure. My name's Tim Sheehy. I'm the general manager of Fresh Mart. We're in the previous Whole Food location on University Avenue. We're a grocery store, and we're requesting a license for beer, wine, and liquor, very similar to what Whole Food had when they occupied the space. We did contact police, the alder. We posted the orange sign, which the clerk's office was very helpful in filling out with the date and time. And just like you had mentioned before, I was there for a significant period of time, even overlapping the time period. We never had anybody show up. I think one of the things I heard earlier as well, we do have a facility for securing the stock of the alcohol in the back with a locked cage. And I wasn't picking up on any other real concerns as we were going along, but I'm open for questions.
Wonderful. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Any questions? All right. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other? Oh, Ms. Westra.
No, I was just going to make a motion after
Please
you're
do.
done.
Go for it.
I'd like to move approval. I was just in there on Sunday. It's a great space. It's
Thank
very
you.
grocery story.
Thank you.
All right. I've got a motion to grant from Ms. Westra. Do I hear a second? Second from Mr. Bruchak. Long meeting. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants wishing to speak?
No.
All right, committee, any discussion of the motion to grant item 23? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 23 is granted. Congratulations, Tim. Hope your business goes well. Next up, item 24 is a new license for Zen Ramen at 4674 Cottage Grove Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. We have a Junchen Wan is registered in support, available to answer questions.
Wonderful. Let me turn your mic on. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Junchen Wang. I'm one of the owner for the Zen Ramen.
Tell us a little bit about your business, please.
Okay, as business, we are is a restaurant for the ramen. The ramen we do traditions Japanese ramen bowl. We have a tonkatsu, like pork broth, and volcano, like add more spicy oil. And then we have a garlic miso. It's garlic miso with the garlic and miso we mix together. Then we also do some tempuras, is oil in the deep fried that. And then teriyaki is stir fried chicken, pork, and the seafood that.
Excellent. Let me take a look. There's something. For the committee's reference, this license is identical to the one currently held at that location, which doesn't have any conditions on it. Mr. Verbeek, do we know, has the previous license holder there surrendered their license?
Question.
While he's looking that up, committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Well, we're just going to wait a little minute and let Jim research something. Basically, we want to make sure that there isn't any sort of conflict with whoever had that location before, because we can only have one license for a given establishment at a location. And if there is an outstanding license there, we would need to get them to turn their license in before we could issue a license to you. I don't think that would prevent us from voting on it now.
Well, we don't have a transfer of license, but we do have a lease from the landlord. So if this tenant has possession of the premises.
So it's moot. Nobody else could be operating.
Correct.
Wonderful. Great. You should stop the timer.
Okay.
Committee, what is your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion from Ms. Westra to approve.
I'll second.
Second from Alder
I'll
Knox.
second.
Second from Alder Knox. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 24 is granted. Congratulations. I hope
Thank
your
you.
restaurant goes great.
Have a wonderful night.
Thanks. You too. Next up, item 27 is a new license for Mint Mark at 1874 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Come on up.
You.
Please introduce yourself and
Yeah, I know, I did.
I'm so sorry.
11:50 or 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Wow.
So my name's Chad Vogel, one of the owners of Mint Mark. Through the hard work of our staff and our partners, we've outgrown our tiny little space and we're moving to a larger location.
Well, that's a great reason to need to come in. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant?
When is opening day?
We are shooting for the 12th of June with some friends and family nights before that, but so all goes well. We're still under construction, so you never know.
All right. What other questions do people have? Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Your motion to grant from Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Bruchuk. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 27 is granted. Good luck on the move.
Thank you, everybody.
I know that process is a nightmare, and I hope that goes as smoothly as such things can.
We're getting there.
Thank you so much for hanging out.
Have a good night. All right, item 29, report of Madison Police Department. So Captain Hansen, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
Just one item, actually. February 23rd, around 11:45 p.m., Central Police Team officers went to the 7 Iron Social on State Street, and we referred things to Attorney Zillaby. There was an event there put on by a fraternity, and the bar management wasn't there. They had just given the keys to the fraternity. And when we went in, we counted 106 of the approximate 125 persons there were all underage. So clearly an underage drinking party going on. Inside there, we've since had conversations with Seven Iron Social. I don't know where it sits with the city attorney's office, but just wanted to bring that to your attention. And we'll continue to include them, not miss out on the opportunity to monitor and do our bar checks with Seven Iron Social as well. So that's it.
Well, thank you for the heads up. Committee, what questions do you have for the captain? Mr. Burshak, then Alder Revere.
So I was just going to ask about the lines. So do you can ticket underagers in line for a bar? Or you do?
Yes, we can. In order, if they're in line attempting to go in, we can issue a citation. You know, it's pretty obvious to us when it's 18-year-olds in line to get into a bar, and so sometimes just presence works. As we start to either drive or walk by, we can see the individuals leaving, and that's good. And then sometimes we contact them and ask for an ID, and it's either a fake ID or they confess right away. And the importance of doing that is really to help regulate who's going into the bars that sometimes either fall victim or suspect or act in foolish behavior that they'll regret later. And with the advancement of fake IDs over the years, it is hard sometimes for bar owners and staff to understand and calculate who is of age and not. So we do, on a rotating basis throughout the downtown area, we do indeed do bar checks, and it's an important part of our job. So we're the only ones that really do it.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Captain, just to follow up on that line of questioning, is that a relatively new innovation, do you know, from the Central CPT, where they cite individuals standing outside on the sidewalk before they've ever entered the establishment? Because like I said earlier in tonight's meeting, I had not heard of that until the last few weeks.
Yeah, I would say probably in the last 2 years. We've been doing it at least since I got to Central in January of 23, and they had been telling me about it. So, and just to be clear, it's not just standing on the sidewalks, because everyone has the right to do that. It's clearly in line, and a lot of these establishments have the fenced or roped off area to get into a bar. So their clear intent is to go into the bar underage, either with a fake or just trying to get in, a fake ID or just trying to get in. So that's part of the line management that we train the bar staff on.
Understood. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, thank you, Alder Revere. Ms. Westra.
One last question on this. Is that a municipal statute, or is that a state statute that allows the line check?
It is a state statute. State statute. Yep.
Alder Knox.
So is this just a municipal violation for these young people?
We issue tickets, and as Alder Revere brought this up hours ago, I was frantically looking, and I figured somebody would ask a number or a citation issue, and I'm reaching out for a lifeline to our staff attorney.
So because you don't know if it is a municipal violation, though, correct?
Yes,
Or-
it's attempting
Okay, it's
to,
not a
it's
state
attempting
one.
to enter tavern,
It's
I'm sure.
attempting, okay, yeah. So,
Underage person.
Yeah, and what is the typical fine or whatever? What's the typical penalty?
I'm throwing out the lifeline to Amber.
She turned her camera
I'll look
on.
it up right now.
Okay. I only ask because
I can tell you, parents have, as Alder Revere also alluded to, parents have complained, and I've seen those complaints as well, where they were either appalled or upset that their 18 and 19-year-old child were cited for underage or trying to get into a bar here. And the reality is, you know, we see so much of this downtown, and there is an expectation that police, being the only entity that can actually enforce this stuff, that we have a portion of our time on the community police team enforcing laws down there. And if we don't, and if the underagers are continuously in the bar, the law says they cannot be. So it's not 100% of our community police team's time, but it is a percentage of their time spent in the 4 days that they work to help regulate the bars. They also work drugs downtown, as somebody mentioned earlier, weapons. There's some issues outside of the entertainment zone that they're responsible for as well. So this isn't a constant 24/7 enforcement by the community police team.
Assistant City Attorney McReynolds.
Hi. So to get a little bit of clarity on this, so our ordinance adopts the state statutes, and the state statute, I can give a number if someone wants a number, but it's underage person attempts to enter a licensed premise, and the minimum fine or forfeiture for that is, for a first offense, is $376.
yeah, that's pretty steep but that's not a municipal violation. That's a state violation, correct?
So yes, that amount is set by state law. So there is nothing that the city or the council could do to lower that, in my opinion. But our ordinance adopts the state law. So, but yeah, it's not in our ordinance. Is there something that we could do anything about to lower it be below the 376?
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney McReynolds. Committee, do you have any further questions for Captain Hansen? All right, thank you, Captain. Next up, item 30, Report of Clerk's Office. So, Deputy City Clerk Verbeek, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
I'll just say that we sent all of our alcohol license renewal paperwork out on March 1st to all of our license holders. We also send out entertainment license renewals to anyone who currently holds an entertainment license or has been granted one, is in that process of still applying for it. All the applicants that appeared before us today were asked to fill out renewal paperwork, even though they hadn't been granted their license, but it just carries them over from this licensing year to the next. It can be confusing, which is why they're assigned to me, so I can sort of have that hand holding to make sure that they understand the process. And we're starting to get them in. I only saw maybe a couple dozen entered in as paperwork returned in our system, but we just had a February election. We have an April one coming up, so we're a little bit behind on, we're not as on it as they come in, but we'll make sure we get them done before the due dates. The first due date for them to get it in is April 15th. And then after that date, if they get it in late, it can be postmarked by April 15th. But if it comes in after that, we start charging a $250 late fee for the alcohol licenses renewals. And then April 30th would be the very last date, which they can get us a renewal form. If they miss that, they'll have to apply over again.
Have we ever thought about offering some kind of prize for the first 10 to get their applications in?
We thought about that. We do have someone in our office who is very diligent and sends emails out, sometimes even before March 1st. and he often gets replies back within minutes. And yeah, it's pretty much predicated on who your liaison is. Sometimes they're a little more proactive than others.
All right. I'm going to make a plug on Mr. Verbeek's behalf. So thank you to Dr. Reese and Mr. Bruchak for filling out the doodle poll for when people are available for a separated renewals hearing. Everyone else, please check your email and fill that out so that Mr. Verbeek can get that on the calendar. Eddie, what questions do you have? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. This is a random question or two. I'll say Jim since no one else is here. I'm sure no one's watching. Anyway, you might have heard that at the last City Finance Committee meeting, we discussed the results of an internal city audit of Madison Municipal Court.
Okay.
And it turns out that there, in the last 4.5 years, we have about $12 million in unpaid fines and forfeitures that are pending with collections. So my question is, as you might be aware, there's a longstanding Madison General Ordinance 9.01 that requires that any unpaid fines and forfeitures or other debts to the city be paid before any licenses are issued by your office. Is there a routine way that your office communicates with the folks next door here in municipal court to, for example, not grant an operator's license if there's a pending debt to municipal court?
Yeah, I think it's handled in a background check when MPD does their background checks, is that they check that, and if there's any sort of issue like that where they have outstanding fines with the municipal court, that's we have an automated email that goes out to the licensee that says you have to resolve these unpaid fines from the municipal court before we can move further on your background check.
That's good to hear. So we would never see that noted on the MPD records section report that we receive for anyone
Correct,
separated.
because the background check would not be completed, and it needs to be completed before we determine whether or not it's been flagged, and then once it's flagged, then it would come here. So they would have to resolve that before the background check can even be completed.
So the folks in the record section downstairs would not note on the report we see ever
Correct.
that there's unpaid municipal court fines and
Correct,
forfeitures.
because they would have to at least set up a payment plan, and I think maybe
Yeah, though
payment before.
I sponsored the ordinance to say that payment plan would
Yeah.
be acceptable.
But then nothing gets logged as far as whether or not they've had issues and resolved them, or whether they have issues and are in a payment plan or anything like that. That's not part of the background check report that we get.
So we do definitely do that for all applicants, not just the operators. So anybody that has to complete a background and goes to the record section staff also checks the records in municipal court to make sure that there's unpaid fines and forfeitures. You're
For,
confident of that?
Career agents and officers.
Yeah, yes.
I don't know. It's never come up before.
Could you check? I know you're swamped with election stuff right now, so it can wait till after the election, but
Yeah, I can email.
I'm looking for ways to try to assist us out of our dilemma with collections next door here. And then my other question was, on your handy summary that you provide us in writing each meeting, could you, again, this can, certainly no rush, I wouldn't be offended if it doesn't happen for the April meeting because you're dealing with the spring election now, but could you add a line saying how many licenses have been issued for operators, please?
Sure.
Just one, sentence at the bottom of your long paragraph summary. Because I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but again, this is kind of going to city finances and looking at revenue options, but I don't know if anecdotally this is still accurate. But since COVID, I thought the number of operators we had declined significantly, at least at one point, and I wonder if we're back up historically to what we once were. And I don't know if you can say one way or the other on that, but
I
just
can't
curious.
at the moment, no. I do know that, I don't have the dates with me, but I think it's the end of May, we start sending out renewals for operators because we're renewing.
This is renewal year
Yep.
of the biennium.
Good
Yeah.
number of year.
Yeah.
We renew it some, so.
And so if you could just add the line for next month's report, or if it's a lot of work, but I figured it's pretty easy to do.
Should be pretty easy.
Yeah, you just go in a cell and it'll tell you the number right away.
Yeah, I'll probably have to print a report out or something like that, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, what other questions do you have for Mr. Vervick? All right. So that is done. Next up, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Move. So
Hear a
moved.
motion from Ms. Westra and a second from Mr. Bruchuk. All in favor of adjournment indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, privilege. Motion carries. ALRC is adjourned at 10:03 p.m. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.